submissions on the Selwyn District Plan underway with a karakia from Yvette this morning, please.
Tēnā koutou katoa. I thought this morning we'd do a karakia that reminds us of the cold weather we had yesterday, and it's getting a bit warmer today in terms of that. The karakia covers the cold frost, and the cold frost brings about life. So ko whakataka te hau, te karakia, taki nā te karakia. Whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga. Ki mā kina ki uta, ki mā taratara ki tai. E he aki ana te aha, kura, he te oa, he hoka, he hauhu, te hei mori ora, kia ora.
Good, thank you very much for that. So now just before we hear from our first submitter, welcome to come up to the table. Section 42A reporting team, anything for us this morning? Okay. So good morning and welcome. I understand we're hearing first this morning from the Trices Road rezoning group. So yeah, again, welcome. And we've read the submissions and the pre-circulated evidence. So thank you very much for supplying that. You don't need to read that out loud to us, but you're very welcome to highlight key points, and then we'll see if we have questions for you, or alternatively, we can just proceed straight to questions, but that's over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Kia ora, everybody. Yes, I was here yesterday for the Aurora submission, so I understand the process. Thank you. So I just got a few things I wanted just to help the panel, hopefully, just by way of clarification. I'll just take you through some things. Sure. And it also may assist you in how you want to perhaps handle these two groups of submissions. I'm actually representing two sets of submitters, so whether sequentially or there'll be some overlap. But the first point is really, so I'm representing these two groups of landowners. They're slightly different issues. So you'll see in my evidence that the Trices Road group is quite a bit of emphasis on the bit of the decision requested around townships, so including townships and the part 2 of the urban growth and development objective. The other one is because they've got landowners outside of the Greater Christchurch area, there's a sort of distinction there, and so it's focused on land supply issues because they don't necessarily apply. Well, there's a different framework, of course, for inside Greater Christchurch and outside Greater Christchurch. So this issue of land supply may be handled differently. I kind of focused on that. That's the reason you'll see some slight different emphasis in the briefs of evidence. So for the objective that we're talking about today, there is, you'll find it different, and Robert picked it up in his report, there's different language, and they've all sought variances of the same decision requested, like this, they want ample or plentiful or that kind of language. What I've done is basically, in my evidence, I've gone back to what the national policy statement says, and that is at least sufficient. So I've kind of bundled it up into that language. So to be consistent, and there is generally, there are one of the I'll call them combined group to distinguish them from the Trices Road group. One of the 4 Stars Gould have sought the same decision requested as Trices Road. So that's the inclusion of a reference to each township and the sufficient land in each township. And I wonder, obviously my evidence spends a lot of time on that particular amendment. Now, just for clarification, my preferred wording is in paragraph 50 of the Trices Road evidence. Because you may have noticed that in paragraph 70, where I conclude, I've used a slightly different wording, but So just to read that out, so there is at least sufficient feasible development capacity in each township to meet the, now I've got anticipated, but I think the language is actually expected, either or. And then having particular regard to the township activity and centres network. I mean, you could also complement that or supplement it with a time frame, like I think the NPS uses at all times or short, medium, long term, but that's you know, you can put that in as well. But so paragraph 50 is really where I'm trying to head to with evidence. And because of that, it dovetails into the definitions of activity centres network and township centres network. So next time we come along in a couple of weeks, we'll be talking about that as part of that definition evidence. The other thing to note is that since the evidence was submitted, of course, we've had the Section 42A report on urban growth, and there is some overlap or integration or obviously some relevance to the provisions of the urban growth chapter to what we're talking about today. Now, I'll probably, perhaps questions around that, and I'm happy to answer those. Just one or two contextual matters. You'll see that I've set out the overall aim of the submitters. Now, I'm not here to promote or argue the merits of any particular rezoning, but I thought it would be helpful for the panel just to get a context around some of the rezoning requests, because I think that context may be helpful as we go through the questions. There is a kind of clarification I'd like to make, and that actually relates to paragraph 47 of the combined landowners evidence. And it really, when I was sitting here yesterday, the panel was asking questions around whether new development should adjoin or should be around centres. Now, in paragraph or townships, paragraph 47, I'm saying, well, in or around, but actually reflecting on that, my preference is adjoin. But having said that, that there are some fishhooks around that. I'll give you an example. I'll give you a couple of examples. So there's in the combined landowners, there is a submission seeking rezoning of industrial land outside of Prebbleton. Now, it doesn't adjoin Prebbleton, but it adjoins the industrial G zone of Christchurch City. Now, I'm not going to debate the merits of that, but it shows you that it is adjoining an urban area, but just doesn't happen to be in Selwyn. Now, I could see the same sort of thing happening at Templeton, possibly, where you've got these cross-boundary issues. Now, I'm sure the City Council will have something to say about that, if that happened. But, you know, there's a kind of a background issue to think about as to what townships are we adjoining. Now, there's a district plan for Selwyn, so I guess it's Selwyn, but that issue may come up. I'm sure it will. Just back to my, as you know, I've worked for Christchurch City for quite a while, and you get issues like Clearwater. Now, you'll be familiar with the Clearwater development up in northern Christchurch. Now, that was effectively an urban development, but it was separate from the main urban area. So, it's one of these things that's around the urban area. So the council got around that by calling it something, a different zone. So it's actually a specific purpose golf resort zone or something. There's another issue at Templeton where you've got where the film studios have just been approved at the old former Templeton Hospital site. Again, it's essentially an urban development, but it's separate from Templeton. Now, the solution to that was to give it a different zoning, and we go through went through a consent process under the Regeneration Act, that kind of thing. So why do you've got a policy which says adjoin townships? There are things that are going to come up. Well, if you do have that policy, you may not, but there may be things that come up which kind of challenge that. And the other thing to note with that particular policy or that objective is that it's urban growth adjoining a township, not residential development. So conceivably, you could have a non-residential development which comes along, which is separate or adjoining a township. So look, it might be a school. It comes along as adjoining the township. I don't know, it might not be the best location for a school on the edge of a township, but just by way of example, that's an urban development, but or it may sit outside or whatever. That's urban development, not residential. So there's a kind of, there's a few things to think about, I think. But generally speaking, in my experience, residential development that's separate from a township causes some issues. So you might have the question is, what size sewer do you put to sewer it with them? Is it the minimum 150 just for that development, or you decide to stick in a bigger sewer because the likelihood is that development is going to be, the gap will be filled in. That's the discussion around that particular paragraph. My preference is that it should be adjoining, that there are some issues that can arise. The other issue that arose, this is my final point, is, in my evidence, I've really deferred it to the urban growth chapter. But you may want to ask me about it. That's around this, whether the urban growth provisions should be incorporated into strategic directions, which probably has a number of significant implications for the way you structure the plan. So anyway, that's basically what I wanted to say by introduction, and welcome any questions, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you for that. So just to clarify, so that presentation covers both the parties you're appearing for, or?
Well, yes, it does. That's my intro for both parties.
Okay, no, that's
yes.
good. Yep, okay. So questions, Mark, we'll start at your end of the table.
Thank you. I think for a clarification, paragraph 31 of your evidence, you refer to an SD-NFD-02. Is that meant to be UFD? I think that's just a typo.
Yes, that would be.
Okay, thank you. I assumed that it was.
Yes.
I don't actually have a question on that, but I just assumed for completeness that was. I have questions around the interaction of the National Policy Statement on Urban Development, the Canterbury Regional Policy Statement, and your submissions as to the interaction, because from the rezoning group's own submission, you acknowledge that the request is for an area outside the greenfield priority areas in the Canterbury Regional Policy Statement, even in the latest Canterbury Regional Policy Statement, and that you're not an FDA, and thereby are inconsistent. The request is inconsistent with the Regional Policy Statement. Now, if the Selwyn District Plan is to be consistent with the Regional Policy Statement and the NPSUD, where does that leave your request? And that interaction, I asked this a similar question of the Canterbury Regional Council lawyer yesterday, who seemed to indicate that the process for remedying that is outside of the district plan process. It's a separate process. If there is a shortfall, a different process should be used to remedy that. So where do you see this sitting?
So this is the TRRG submission.
Yeah, around paragraphs, you've got a statement about the NPS and then the regional policy statement.
So we've got, okay, there is a number of those landowners have private requested plan changes in as well, of course. So you've got the responsive policy kicking in there. But as far as the submission under review, there are two, chapter 6 in Greater Christchurch, which is very prescriptive, where development outside of the current projected infrastructure boundary could be quite challenging for a submitter. I probably go as far as saying that. I'm not saying, well, I mean, I'm sure the regional council and city council has something to say about it. But outside of the Greater Christchurch area, the regime is a little more flexible. So the strategic directions are for the district. And I think that's a consideration where, if the strategic directions and urban growth provisions are going to be reshuffled, if you like, that distinction between Greater Christchurch and the rest of the district may be a consideration, because I've just recently, and I mentioned this in one of the briefs, where I was involved in assisting with a change at Darfield. I don't want to talk about that because it's still in front of the commissioner, but you know, the issue there was that we didn't have an urban limit, so to speak. There was a policy, but there are other, you know, it wasn't controlled by Chapter 6. So there are these two planning units, and it seems to me that the way that those directions are written cover the district, they don't actually separate out Greater Christchurch. But you get to the urban growth policies, of course, and there are one or two policies there which do actually identify Greater Christchurch separately in terms of its policy framework. So there's a kind of something which maybe come up at the urban growth hearings that we need. And I'm not sure if that's your question, Commissioner.
No, you really haven't.
No, okay, so
we'll have another go at it.
Yeah.
I acknowledge that you're correct with the areas outside of the Greater Christchurch area, that Chapter 6 is much less prescriptive. But within the Greater Christchurch area, Chapter 6 essentially says you're either in a greenfield priority area or an FDA, or it's not going to happen.
Yep.
That's my simplification of what it's saying. And it would appear to me that the Trices Road rezoning group area is outside of either of those two. So how do you see a process where it could be accepted within the Selwyn district plan and yet then be inconsistent with the regional policy statement being a higher priority document that we've got to give effect to?
Okay. Well, there is an urban growth overlay over that area. Now, that urban growth overlay doesn't necessarily permit full residential development, but there is development potential out through the rural residential policies and the RPS. So that's a starting point. And it's probably as far as I can say, because I haven't really, I'm not, as I said in my evidence, I'm not here to argue the merits for any particular zoning. That's further down the track, and it probably won't be me giving evidence on that. So, but that I'd say as a hoping the batting, that would be the urban growth overlay would provide some kind of framework in which to alter the zoning.
But okay, well that's
in accordance with the RPS.
Yes. So that's I accept that that's for the Trices Road rezoning group. There are a rural residential zoning. So if some of these other submitters adjacent to townships are not, they don't have that benefit of that overlay at all, they're outside of these other zones. If you were to put your mind to those, where do you see those sitting in terms of this process? I'm happy that this will come back in the urban growth chapter as well.
Yeah, that's why I'm a wee bit reluctant to actually comment on that, because I haven't really studied the merits of that in any detail. Again, if they're inside the Greater Christchurch area, Chapter 6 will provide quite a prescriptive planning framework. Outside, of course, it's different.
Quite happy to accept the answer that we'll come back to it in urban growth.
I think so, yeah.
Thank you.
I'll be more comfortable with that. Thank you.
Kia ora and good morning. Just clarification on a use of a couple of wording, on some wording in paragraph 7, talking about the national policy statement and urban development. Your view there is that that your opinion extends to other settlement townships in the district in a general sense. I would just like some, clarification, expand in terms of what you're meaning by general, because it could be perceived as being given a wider scope for development, and I just want to check in with you in terms of that opinion.
Sure. Yes, happy to do that. Of course, in a statutory sense, your plan has to give effect inside the urban environment, which is Greater Christchurch. What I'm saying is that outside of Greater Christchurch, the general planning principles which are espoused in that document can still, they still have, they still apply, but there's no statutory force behind them. All I'm saying is, as a planner, that you would look at the provisions in the NPS and say, yes, generally you want some intensification around your town centres. You want to make sure there's an adequate land supply, that kind of thing. So as a general planning principle, the principles that are kind of embraced by the NPS would apply in a general sense, but there's no statutory force behind them. That's basically what I'm saying.
And then I'd like to go to paragraph 57. We have some submissions in terms of soils. And so again, I'm just wanting some clarification in terms of your view, within your opinions that you have based here in terms of the use of good productive soils in relation to intensification. So just checking in with you in terms of, could you expand in terms of that view, in terms of that the productive soils should enable intensification within townships? It's one of the uses.
Intensification.
Or growth.
Or growth, yeah. Normally, it's peripheral development which impacts on productive soils. Okay, so there are a number of issues around this, and again, it'll come back in the urban growth hearings. So, first of all, it's probably helpful to distinguish between highly productive soils and versatile soils. Traditionally in Christchurch, or in Greater Christchurch, we've used the term versatile soils, which are recognised in the regional policy statement as Class 1 and Class 2. Okay, so I'll start with that, and then I'll come back to talk about highly productive soils, which are slightly different. The versatile soils, the Resource Management Act, as you'll probably be aware, didn't really put versatile soils on a pedestal. Under the Old Town and Country Planning Act, you had to protect them. Under the RMA, you didn't. So the RPS, the Regional Policy Statement, it refers to them, but it's not very strong policy. And therefore, if you look at district plans, like, so I'll take the city plan, because it's pretty silent on it. And so the statutory framework for protecting versatile soils isn't that strong. It's something which, I mean, even under the purpose of the Act, or under Section 6 and 7, they don't even get a mention. Now that's caused some issues around the country, of course. So you've had urban development spreading on to good soils. Whether they should be protected, look, I think there's something that should be taken into account under the current statutory framework. With highly productive soils, of course, it expands the soil to be protected into Class 3. And the proposed national policy draft, whatever it's called, hasn't actually been gazetted yet, so we don't know the shape of that. So we're in a bit of a quandary here, how to treat soils. Now, Mr. Lavender's report basically says we should consider them. And I've kind of gone along with that, because in the current situation, consider is probably as far as you can go, but it doesn't have any statutory context. You know, you can consider them and, you know, throw them away, sort of thing. And I noticed I think in Mr. Baird's urban growth report, the recommendation is to have regard to them. And I've kind of responded to that as well, because that doesn't quite sit within the language either. It's you know, you either have particular regard or take into account, or I think it might be recognise and provide for, which is a sort of a Section 6 type thing. So the language around here is quite important in terms of the Act. My own view, you know, just as a planner and the way I've applied it in the past to urban growth issues, it's been something which has been a factor to take into account. But to actually give them absolute protection, as I say, and the evidence can have some, has some odd effects. And, so as I say, in the evidence that, because under the old legislation, the high quality soils were protected to the absolute, Christchurch ended up growing in areas where you shouldn't have probably grown it because the soils were rubbish. But there just had to be swamp. So, and all the soils out to the west were protected. Whereas you could argue, apart from the airport, that's, the west, out this way, you might say, well, the soils, they're better to build on. There may be high quality soils, but there may be better building foundations, that kind of thing. So there's a kind of interaction here between the direction of urban growth and the types of soils. So, the Hallswood expansion, which I was involved heavily with, went on to some quite good soils, but Christchurch City had nowhere else to go. And of course, we didn't have an RPS then, we didn't have a Greater Christchurch Partnership. So there's these kind of conflicting issues. I think that's what I'm saying in there. I don't know whether that answers your question.
Kia ora, thank you.
Yeah.
Morning, Mr. Thompson. You mentioned there's a couple of private plan changes underway. Can you just give us a little bit more context about what they are and what stage in the process they're at?
So the Trices Road one has been notified. I think submissions closed July the 29th. That's plan change 72. The others are listed in the combined evidence there.
Sorry.
Yeah, okay. I think there are two. Oh, more than, yes. They're the rezoning sort through submissions, but 4 Stars and Golds have one at Rolleston. There are a couple there which they've submitted on private plan changes out at west of Rolleston in support of other private plan changes on the basis of if they're successful, they will, they'll argue that there's an integration of their land into theirs, that kind of thing. But there are 2 at Rolleston. Look,
No, that's okay.
yeah, I haven't got the actual details on the numbers of those plan changes for the combined.
Yeah, I guess the reason for the question is that we've got a parallel process happening here with some of these pieces
Yes, we
of
have.
land. And just how they are going to sink in potentially in the end. So no, that's fine. Just looking at your relief, just so I can get it absolutely sure, you're looking for changes to SDS FUSD 01 to add the wording achieves urban consolidation.
Well,
That's what I understood from your presentation.
well, the relief sought is no, it's SF, it's number 2.
Yeah, no, I've got that.
Yep.
You've got 2 briefs of evidence.
Yep.
And I had understood from your presentation your preferred method what was in para 47 of the combined presentation for SD UFD 01. Para 47 of your the combined presentation. Did I?
Oh,
that
yes,
wrong?
that's correct. So what I'm saying there is that urban growth is located. Is that the right match? Right, only around. Yes. So that's what I was discussing before. Saying it probably ought to be adjoining.
Yeah, understood that.
Yep. And that achieves urban in a manner that achieves urban consolidation. So there is another matter that sort of needs to be considered here, Commissioner, because again, in urban growth, one of the submitters have sort of put another alternative wording, which I'm quite attracted to as well. And that is subject to meeting the requirements of the NPSUD that the land should adjoin. So there's a discussion in the section 42A report for urban growth on this. So that I'm saying that that relief really is that achieves urban consolidation. Well, if it's, I mean,
I guess the
Yeah.
reason I'm going down this route is in the context of the plan, what does urban consolidation actually mean? Is it defined? Is it well understood? Because we're at strategic directions level, and obviously these are at the if you like, the apex of the objectives framework within the plan.
my answer to that would be if you use the word avoid, you probably join, you probably don't need to use urban consolidation.
Yeah, and you would have heard the discussion with Kangora yesterday
Yeah.
about what that actually may mean.
Yes, well, again, I go way back to my early days where the city plan did define urban consolidation. It had criteria based, for urban consolidation, what it actually meant, which I think, looking ahead, the RPS may need to do anyway. But to answer your question, if we went to a join, then that urban consolidation probably may not be necessary. It would be duplication probably.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Moving to your other brief of evidence, which I think this is your paragraph 50 of the Trices Road. This is the relief that you're seeking. So in terms of SDF UFD 02.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're wanting to put at least sufficient feasible development capacity in there.
Yes.
Okay, so to make it broadly aligned or to align with the NPSUD.
Yes.
Then you've got in each township.
Yes.
I'm just interested why you would depart to actually recognise each township. Because as you rightly said, there's differences between the townships. Some are within the Greater Christchurch area and others aren't. So how does this align with the NPSUD in terms of specifying each township? Each township, regardless of how big it is, and regardless of how busy it is, regardless of how much development pressure there may be, how much growth anticipated, why have you're looking to specify in each township in that particular objective?
Okay, so going back to a previous question, I think the principles of well, it's up there actually. Sufficient feasible development capacity applies to the whole district anyway. Now, the reason for each township, and you'll see the rest of my suggested amendment there is having particularly regard to the township network, because each township has its own function in terms of the district plan. It doesn't set out in detail what that hierarchy is. I think the district development strategy does that, which I think is another matter that's worth discussing. But to me, I think the policy which just says in the district, feasible development in the district, is a sub-regional level policy, and it just says, right, Selwyn, you've got this amount of growth, go and provide for it. Here's your housing bottom lines. I'm probably using terminology which will apply to the the Greater Christchurch, but for all intents and purposes, here's your demand, here's your capacity to need to provide for, go and do it. And I think it's the district that should actually decide where that growth goes. And it's obviously going to go into townships. And it will go into townships that in a manner, in a scale, according to the function the council sees that those townships operating at. So you might have, for example, most of your growth going to Rolleston, some at Prebbleton, Lincoln, Darfield, or wherever. But I think it enables a lot more certainty as to where that growth will go at a spatial level, rather than just leaving it blank and leaving it up, in the air.
Okay,
And it sits in, so it matches with the hierarchy, with the network hierarchy, which I, coming back to the definitions next week or week after.
okay. My other questions have been asked by others, so I'll move on. Thank you.
Thank you. My question, and I'll refer back to it, is in regards to around versus adjoining, and I've used a paragraph that you've actually put together, paragraph 30 for your various that you're representing.
Yes.
Now, in that paragraph, you explain that there are some planning gaps subject to other provisions. And you mention about Lincoln, for an example, where some landowners are perceived in the way that the planning maps look, that they are sort of separate, or they've got a separate zoning. Now, when we talk about around or adjoining, right? When you're looking at these gaps, if these gaps are there because of amenity values, reverse sensitivity issues that could compromise our strategic infrastructure, would you find that if they came in with adjoining, that that they would, that would not be actually suitable for high density housing if it was around sensitive infrastructure?
Yes, again, it comes back to each situation on its merits, but things change. Now, the reason, for example, I'll just talk about that one out at Lincoln. One of the reasons I think why, well, apart from the fragmentation of land, there are issues around these things, but it was near the sewage scheme, the sewage disposal area. Now, my understanding is that sewage disposal area is no longer needed, other than in emergency purposes, and it may well be a stormwater basin. Now, again, I'm not briefed to talk about individual zoning requests here. So, I think that the point you're making is a fair one, but the situation changes as time goes by. And I'll give you an example where Hallswood used to be a village. And, back in the 80s. Now, growth pressures forced, I'll talk about the city council, that area to be filled in. Now, so the amenity changed. That area between Hallswood and Christchurch and the main area changed. Changed because for a number of reasons. But I guess what I'm saying is that things do change. And this came up yesterday with amenity and the whole issue around anticipated changes in the environment and around how neighbourhoods change, how rural area changes as cumulative effects of decisions take effect. So the fact that something which is rural residential one day, it doesn't mean to say it won't be full residential somewhere down the track. But again, it needs to be assessed on its merits. But if it's enclosed, surrounded on, say, 3 sides by urban development, that may be a case to support it. It may not. But it comes back to urban consolidation, really. If it's adjoining and it's got an urban environment around it, then there may be a case to consider favourably a rezoning.
And sort of another follow-up question, and this is for your Trices Road rezoning group, and I guess this follows on from a vet. You mentioned in reference to chapter 15, soils 15.2, and you assumed in that this you assume not relevant for having only intensive farming. So you talk about these soils
or that particular chapter in reference to and only applying to intensive farming. And reading the whole of that chapter, objectives and policies with regards to that particular chapter on soils, does it not actually also mention
Paragraph reference in the evidence. What paragraph?
it's Traces Road rezoning group, roundabout paragraph or 121. It's basically right at the end with regards to the Traces to the group. Sorry.
Yeah, that's
it's another
okay.
one.
Um,
It's with regards to Stewart and Traces.
I probably need to go back and look at that particular clause in the RPS. But, I know what you're talking. Yes, I understand what
You're talking about the use of soils,
Yes,
right?
they
with
can be
regards to-
compromised by all sorts of things. So when it's not just well, in my opinion, it's not just the quality of the soil in its physical sense, whether it's whether it's for class 1 or class 2, it's its productive potential, and that productive potential can be compromised by the fragmentation of land. So if rural subdivision has been permitted to go down to a certain level, then the productive capacity may well be compromised as the further down you go. Now, look, there's a whole history around this, which I don't want to bore you with, around economic units we used to have in Christchurch and around Selwyn, which led all sorts of results. At the end of the day, I think all councils now just say, look, anything below 4 hectares is not productive. So if you get below 4 hectares, as an example, it may not always be the case. You kind of start to think, well, is the soil, is it a resource? The other thing that's interesting too about soils is that they do have other functions other than productivity. I mean, some of the most important soils in our district, certainly in Christchurch, are the old class 3 soils out the back, weed and towards the Waimak, because it absorbs water. If the Waimak tips its banks, a lot of water goes into the ground. So it's not just productivity; they have other functions. But the point I'm making here is that there are all sorts of other things that we need to consider before saying, well, this particular piece of land is worth protecting because of high quality soils. It may have been compromised in some other way. And intensification is one of those.
Okay. Just with regards to some clarification around your wording, and what I'll do is I'm jumping all over the place because you had you're representing 3 different groups basically. So, or three areas. With regards to, if we can go to Stewart, Traces Road, you talk about sufficient versus as a minimum ample in ESTO UFD 02. And I just want to understand for clarity, you've actually got in your paragraph 6 in there, you talk about ample, and the section 42A report talks about enough. Can you please tell me the difference between the word ample and enough in that paragraph 6?
There's probably no difference. Ample and enough are both, or plentiful, or whatever adjective we want to use. To me, none of those really help the council make decisions. Well, I'm not talking a decision maker make the decision, because there's no kind of statutory basis for deciding what is ample, what is enough, and what is plentiful. The word sufficient will be tested at some stage in case law, and someone will come up and say, what is sufficient? Well, what is at least sufficient? So I've always believe that where possible, you go back to the terminology of the legislation that you're using, because it's going to be wording that will be tested. So I don't think, between enough and ample and plentiful, I just don't see any difference, but I don't think any of those are the appropriate language.
What word would you use?
Sufficient,
Sufficient,
at least sufficient.
at least sufficient capacity that's in policy 2 of the NP, the National Policy
Yes.
Statement on Urban Development.
Yes.
Okay. That's me, thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Thompson. Yeah, just on the NPSUD, you've, in both sets of evidence, you've had some discussion on the greater Christchurch area as being deemed to be an urban environment. So that's a fact, is it? I haven't caught up with that.
Yes.
So that
Well, that's what the partners have agreed.
I've agreed that. Okay. So all of the settlements within that area can be treated. The NPSUD will apply to those. And your point in evidence is that it's good planning practice to apply it to the other townships as well. I guess my question is, do you know what the reason was why the NPSUD set a threshold at 10,000? Was that just for an administrative sort of arbitrary limit, or is there any reason why we shouldn't apply the NPS to smaller settlements that are outside the area, other than the good planning practice?
No, I don't know why, Commissioner, that was 10,000. I guess to be some sort of based on some sort of statistical reason.
There's no other reason you're aware of. Okay.
No.
All right. The only other point I made is paragraph 50. There's a potential scope issue that you've highlighted. This is in your TRICE's evidence, and I just wanted let's have a look at that. There's a potential scope issue you've identified, but you believe you have got scope. That's to add the words having particular regard to the township and activity centres network. Just wanted to signal with the officers whether they could perhaps comment on that in the reply, whether they agree there is scope to add those words. Okay, I think that's all I have. Yep, no, that's fine. That's all I have.
I don't want to labour on, the difference between adjoining and around, but I've read Mr. Dunweaven's evidence, and he's referring to his East Madison Road subdivision, and in there he says that an ideal subdivision is logical and preferred location for further urban growth of Rolleston. It immediately adjoins the existing urban boundary. So obviously he thinks that adjoining is an ideal situation. And I understand now that you've changed your view on adjoining.
Yeah, I think adjoining is a preferred word. That's where I've come back to.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is that there may well be situations where there may well be merits in a urban growth development, which I can't think of any, but doesn't adjoin. But generally, adjoining is to me, the most efficient way of planning a settlement. But because we're talking about urban growth and not residential, you may find there could be a non-residential use which for some reason sits not quite contiguous with the boundary for whatever reason. But I think adjoin is a preferred wording. But again, I go back to that Williams submission on where they're looking for industrial land, which adjoins the Christchurch City industrial zone, not the Selwyn township. And so you've kind of got some.
So perhaps for Mr. Dunweaven's subdivision, because it was residential, that's why he thinks that adjoining is ideal.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I understand that. And your other point about urban consolidation, I did actually look up what urban consolidation means. And it means It ensures that all councils limit urban sprawl to contribute to the supply of medium density housing. It is the process of increasing or maintaining the density of housing established in residential areas to reduce development on the fringe areas of the city. Would you agree with that?
Yes, part of it, sure. They all contribute to urban consolidation. And I certainly agree with that. It's part of its densification, but you can. It's like sustainability. It's not an absolute. You don't know when you get there. So there are, it's situations where edge of town development could contribute to a compact or consolidated urban form because of past decisions have kind of led, spread the city out, and so you're kind of consolidating around that. So, I'm more familiar with the city, but say marshlands, for example, you fill marshlands and that's urban consolidation, but because it's 6 feet of peat under it, I wouldn't recommend it, but it's urban consolidation. So you've kind of got, what you're saying is correct. I agree with that, but it's not all.
Okay, and I just want to comment, I want to put to you 3 comments you've made this morning where you talked about less than 4 hectares as not being productive. Perhaps from an economic point of view it might be, but say for instance, if it's orchards that grow food, then you could deem that as being productive, couldn't you?
Yes, well, and there have been debates around that in the past of what is an economic productive unit. And you could go down to 2 hectares and say, well, yes, and you could grow a certain number of orchids or something like that, which will reach the Japanese market and still make the person a profit, or it's a part-time farm, that kind of thing. But certainly the approach that we've taken in the past, well, we being most councils, is to say, well, and that's as great at Christchurch, is that generally 4 hectares is a cut-off because it probably is productive. You can do it. You probably argue that less, you can also make productive use out of less. That's fine. But 4 hectares, and if you've got septic tanks on these blocks, you've got less likely for downstream pollution. It retains a rural amenity. So there are the number of reasons gel together to get to a 4 hectares. Now, some will argue, some agricultural economists will say, well, no, you need 10 hectares or 20. But some will say, no, you can probably make a good living out of 3 or 4, particularly hobby farming. So,
I think the point I was trying to make is that if you're looking through it through an economic lens, then it's not going to be productive. But I wasn't thinking there's not just the economic lens to look through. But I appreciate your answer. And talking about intensification, so I understand what you're saying, how intensification can diminish soils or versatility of soils. But surely in a native forest situation, it would enhance the soils, wouldn't it? And that's intensification. I think it depends on how you look at intensification.
You're talking about rural intensification?
Yes. If you look at a native forest or a piece of native indigenous biodiversity vegetation, then it's not going to deplete the soils. It's going to add value to the soils.
Yes.
And you could call that intensification, couldn't you?
Normally, when we refer to intensification, it's subdivision intensification, so it's lot size. So it depends on the lot size, not just the land use. So I agree with you. Native forest and planting is an intensified land use. But normally when we refer to intensification, it's around lot size. So if you chopped up a 10 hectare farm into 1 hectare blocks, all with native forest, I'm not sure where you'd do that, but that's, to me, you probably get some environmental enhancement out of that.
It would make sense to me, for instance, doing that, but probably wouldn't to most people. And your comment about rubbish land.
Did I use that term?
Wetlands, yes, you do.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't
Wetlands.
read-
There's many people that don't think wetlands are rubbish land.
No, well, I think the point I was making there was that, no, wasn't my term. It was the view of others. That because it wasn't class 1 or class 2 soils, it is, you know, rubbish land. Basically, you build on it. Now, the best example of that is Travis Swamp. It's zoned for residential, and it's now one of the best wetlands probably in the region. But under the old soils regime, it wasn't class 2 soil, so it was called a swamp. Built on it.
Again, I think it depends on which lens you're viewing it through.
Absolutely, it does.
Okay,
Absolutely.
thank you. I have no further questions.
Yeah, good morning, Ivan. I'm interested to explore a little bit more around amending the objective in SDUFDO2 to put in each township. I'm just a bit uneasy. I heard your reasoning from questions earlier about wanting to put that in. I'm just a little bit uneasy when I look at the argument you based in 25, clause 25, when you looked at the clause 1.3 of the NPSUD and its statement around 10,000 is to be intended to be part of a labour market of at least 10,000 people. I'm just a bit worried that if each township is inserted, then in the future, clever planning people will be expecting that each township will grow to at least 10,000 people.
No, that's not the intent. It comes back to the settlement, the township hierarchy, or that's currently in your definitions, and it's in the district development strategy. As you'll know, you've got a hierarchy of settlements, a network. So, I mean, there'll be a difference between how you treat Arthur's Pass and Rolleston, if I just use that example. Let's take Glen Tull or something. They're a rural settlement, so you wouldn't expect to provide the capacity there. You wouldn't expect the demand there to be as great as, say, perhaps Lincoln might be as a higher order settlement. So what this amendment is trying to do is match the allocation of capacity to the function of the settlement. That's really what it's trying to do, so that it provides more certainty for readers and, I guess, decision makers, that here is a town which functions in this way in the overall context of the district. This is a demand around it, and we'd expect the demand to go to this level, and therefore we should actually provide the capacity there. So it's matching the capacity to the expected demand, which should reflect the function of the town and the town centre hierarchy that you have in your plan. That's basically what it's saying.
Thank
you. Yeah. My name's Mr. Thompson. I've got a couple of questions. Just looking at your Williams and combined group planning evidence, and particularly paragraphs 22, 23, and 24. I guess if you can just clarify what you're arguing there through those paragraphs, it appears to me that you are suggesting that Chapter 6 Map A does provide sufficient greenfield land, but that the rationale for the changes that you're proposing is in order to support potentially further intensification within existing urban areas. Is that correct?
Well, it depends on how the sufficient capacity is going to be provided. I mean, you could, so as an example, you could, based on the latest housing capacity assessments, you could say that Christchurch City currently is in the breach of a policy because it's got way more land than it needs in the long term. I mean, they've got 50,000 extra households or something, whatever the figure is, more than is anticipated. So it's, in terms of having it, I think this is your question, having at least sufficient capacity doesn't necessarily promote peripheral growth. I note that Kaingaora have submissions seeking intensification around townships, Now, if that, if through the hearings that's approved, for example, then there's going to be a more than sufficient capacity enabled by the plan. So you can have, but yet it's good planning practice to have intensification around centres. So having at least sufficient capacity in itself doesn't cause a problem. It depends on where that sufficient extra capacity is provided. And it needs to be provided in a manner that creates, say, a functional urban environment or meets other policies and objectives. So having at least sufficient capacity in a township doesn't matter. It's really how that capacity is allocated. And if it's through intensification, well, it may be better than a lot of the land that's already zoned.
Sure. Okay. So you've made a few comments this morning around within Greater Christchurch and outside of Greater Christchurch. Have you turned your mind to, or do you think there's any benefit in having separate strategic directions for within and without in relation to urban growth?
I think that's worth looking at because these ones are district-wide. So how the policies that apply to Greater Christchurch hook back into these, I'm not sure. I think the city or the region may have submitted on that in the urban growth section, that there needs to be a greater connectivity between these strategic directions, and it may be by bringing the urban growth objectives in here. But I think there is merit in looking at two separate planning regimes. So you're giving effect to the RPS and the NPS in a statutory sense for the Greater Christchurch area. And then you're applying the NPS principles and other criteria to outside, because I think there's slightly different statutory context. So I think, to answer your question, I'd say probably yes.
Okay. Thank you.
I'll come back, reserve the right to come back to that for the urban growth hearings.
So, thank you. So paragraph 40 and in other parts of your evidence, you talk about erring on the side of oversupply rather than just meeting projected demand.
Yeah. Yeah.
And my understanding is that the MPSUD already provides a buffer already in it as a measure of oversupply. So are you asking for an oversupply on top of an oversupply?
Yes, the definition, well, how the NPS promote, and I need to go and look at the relevant provisions, which I will do. They see the buffer as part of sufficient. I think in 322, I think, of the policy. So you look at policy 2, then there's 3.2, then there's 322. I think I'm pretty sure they're the right clauses where that relationship between the competitive buffer is built into the definition of sufficient. So yeah, I'm saying on top of that there's no resource management reason why you couldn't still have at least that for the reasons that I've set out, and that is that there could be situations where a proposal is better in meeting the objectives and policies that adjoins a township, but you've already got enough supply, but a lot of that supply may be through land which is way out, miles away from the town centre or something. So it's not just the quantum, it's actually where that surplus supply actually is. And if you've got a better option, and I'll just say intensification may provide, maybe an example where you provide some extra intensification, you're going to exceed the supply. Why should a decision maker say, well, there's already sufficient supply, we don't need any intensification around the town centres, even though intensification is going to promote a functional urban environment.
Sure. So as an alternative to oversupplying, given the argument you raised about there might be areas that are better suited, wouldn't it be more targeted and tailored than to have a strategic direction that actually says or refers to, except if the following criteria are met, that actually demonstrate it's a better location?
Yes, you could. That gets you into a slightly, in my view, it gets into a slightly different way of writing a plan. And that criteria, yeah, if there are criteria that apply, I think that would be helpful. Yeah. And I suspect the RPS may go down that track when it's reviewed. In fact, I think the NPS requires that you have criteria based rather than, having a rigid urban limit. So it's that kind of approach which I think would be helpful.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. No further questions from me, but thank you very much for preparing your material and coming in to answer our question. Appreciate that. So the next submitter that we're scheduled to hear from is Woolworths New Zealand. Is Woolworths here? And after that's Director General Conservation, who is here. So why don't we take an early morning tea break, and then if Woolworths are here when we resume, then they can go, and if not, we'll hear from the Director. Is that okay? So we'll break now, and we'll resume in 15 minutes time, thereabouts. Let's come back at 10:25. Thank you. Resuming the hearing at this stage, we have Woolworths New Zealand Limited. Welcome and come on up to our little submitter table. So just before you introduce yourself to us, just for the benefit of yourself and the submitters that follow, we've read all the pre-circulated materials. So thank you very much for complying with the minute and doing that. You don't need to read the pre-circulated material out to us, but you're very welcome to highlight key points, after which we'll take questions, or if it's your preference, we're happy to go straight to questions, but we'll leave that up to you.
Fine. I promise to push the button over the course of the next year. I'll just start again now that the microphone's going. But yeah, my name's Josh Leckie, partner at Lane Eve and appearing for Woolworths today. I've done some short legal submissions, which you've obviously, as you mentioned, you've read. I won't read them out, but if I may, I could touch on the key themes. And the submissions are more to set the scene of where we're heading with the relief Woolworths are seeking through this process. Woolworths support the strategic directions as drafted and as amended, so we're not seeking relief for this particular hearing block. But it's more about the relief being sought is more about how to best achieve these ambitious targets. So at paragraph 3 of my legal submissions, I've just summarised there the two key themes which come throughout, which is about the PDP as notified in our submission doesn't provide for that business growth. But secondly, and probably more importantly, in our submission, it doesn't provide for it necessarily in the right places. So this is the Centres Plus argument that it's a common approach that Woolworths and other supermarket operators have advocated for around the country, and it's an approach taken in other plans. And that's the relief we seek is to give effect to that, and I'll put some more details around that shortly. As I mentioned at paragraph 4, the urban growth and commercial and mixed use chapters are where the rubber will hit the road for Woolworths relief in particular. Just over the page, given this is the first time I've had the chance to appear before you, just as background in Selwyn, Woolworths owns and operates the Countdown supermarket down here on Rolleston Drive, and also 2 smaller Fresh Choice stores in Leeston and Pebbleton. Woolworths see a need for further stores in Selwyn to ensure that residential population is appropriately serviced by supermarkets. I've set out the overall position there, which is just that the plan needs to be adaptive and respond to this growth, and that in our submission it currently doesn't. I won't repeat paragraphs 12 and 13. This is where I've just expanded on the need for more business land, but secondly, at paragraph 14, providing for more flexibility about where supermarkets could go. At the moment, the town centre is the only place that'd be a permitted activity, but they'd still need to be under 450 squares. So essentially, a Chicken Centre supermarket in the current regime would be a non-complying proposition, regardless of where it went in any township within Selwyn. So the relief is seeking to enable, where appropriate, that potentially in centre, potentially out of centre supermarket development. And the argument really is neatly captured by the RPS at 6.3.6, which, whilst recognising the hierarchy of centres and the importance of centres, it also acknowledges that there may be circumstances where locating out of centre is appropriate, where there's a functionality argument, which is the supermarket argument, and where that won't give rise to significant retail distribution effects, so won't affect the strength of the centre. So that's the crux of Woolworths' argument for the plan. Over the page, at page 5, as I say, that Woolworths support the current chapter, the strategic directions chapter, and the relief will come in further presentations including evidence in regards to how we, in our submission, can better achieve the goals of the chapter. So that's the 5-minute summary of where we'll be taking the arguments, but happy to take questions on that.
Great, thanks very much for that. Andrew, we'll start at your end of the table, please. Gary?
Thanks, Mr. Leckey. We heard from your competitors yesterday on this, and fully appreciate your submissions today are to do with things to come, really. But we focused yesterday on townships, and what we heard was that Foodstuffs was not really happy with the strategic directions about only being able to, not being allowed to go outside of the centres, but the wording in the strategic directive was more to do with townships. And so you're not asking for any relief, any changes to that. That's correct, isn't it?
Yeah, that's correct. So and I wasn't here yesterday, so just coming at it from Woolworths' perspective, I think that the desire would be for the supermarkets to be located in the township. So it's more about the more refined look now at the centre within those townships. So how the various tiers of centre, so town centre, neighbourhood, local, provide for or not supermarkets. Yeah.
Does the Centres Plus approach envisage leapfrogging outside of the townships into rural land, for instance? Is that part of the Centres Plus?
No, so that wouldn't be an outcome that we'd necessarily be driving for. So a key part of the evidence for Woolworths is the need for the supermarkets to sit within the catchment that they serve. So the only scenario I can see where we'd be looking outside a township would be if that was part of a sort of master planned expansion of residential growth that needed, in our case, a supermarket. But I wouldn't envision seeing a supermarket sitting outside a township just in isolation.
But would that normally be advanced through a plan change rather than seeking changes to the plan itself?
I would have, it'd be difficult to find policy support, I would have thought, for that. So a sort of a two-step plan change, then resource consent would likely be the way to unlock that. And part of the relief package we would seek is to ensure that in the future that avenue's open, so that we have a framework where if amenity and strength of centres is all appropriate, it might be okay to do a plan change and a consent.
Thank you for your submission. I do have one question, and it's where often we have supermarkets located, they draw in associated retail that may not be consequently planned for. It could be a petrol station, it could be a coffee shop. Where do you see the Centre Plus request when you've got the attraction of other associated retail?
Yep, no, that's a fair question, and the answer may depend on where the supermarket's located. So if it's to be located in an established or existing or planned centre, a neighbourhood centre, then that more cross-trade, other retail activities around it, in my submission would be more appropriate. If it's a standalone store, then what we see from other Woolworths plan changes and consents around the country is sometimes some very minor local retail, like a pharmacy or a cafe within the store, but limiting it, but an express limitation on the size of that and that kind of activity to ensure you don't create another centre, unless that is the intent of the plan, to create another centre. So I don't know if I answered your question, but the answer would be that often there's some very low GFA cafe or pharmacy, but that would be the extent of the associated retail with a supermarket.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You used a word that I like, but I'd like you to be able to define it a bit more. And that's aspirational provisions. Yeah, so what do those aspirational provisions look like to Woolworths?
Yeah.
Kia ora.
Good question. So I looked at the objectives in this chapter, particularly around the well-being of the district and the vibrant centres, and it's fully supported by Woolworths. What an aspirational provision from Woolworths' perspective would be is where an activity like a supermarket can demonstrate a need to be located somewhere and the effects of that. So amenity of neighbours and that sort of thing can be dealt with. And if that activity is not going to affect the vibrancy of identified centres, which Woolworths isn't contesting the need to protect, then an aspirational framework to me would be to leave that door open either through a resource consenting or a plan change pathway to enable those supermarkets to be able to get consent essentially. In that sense, I don't think we undermine these really what are aspirational objectives in the plan, but we don't close the door to a really important service to the community, which are the supermarkets.
Kia ora. So we can just confirm then that what you have just said is that Woolworths do support the aspirational overall framework of the plan, of the aspirational.
Yes, that's right. And that's an important point for Woolworths. Woolworths don't contest and aren't criticising the fact that centres do need to have protection through the plan, and that's important. It's about doing that in a way that doesn't mean it's not possible to develop a supermarket within these townships.
Kia ora. Thank you.
I don't have a question at this time. I will have when we come to later chapters, particular questions on Activity Centre Plus, but they're not consistent for the strategic direction, so I have no questions now.
Thank you, Mr. Lecky. Just one issue from me, that you don't need to turn to your submissions, but at paragraph 14, you do refer to the regional policy statement. And so when I was looking through particularly chapter 6 of that, I noticed objective 6.2.13, which is an avoids objective. And whenever the word avoids is in an objective or a policy, I get quite interested in it.
So do we.
And so that provision is to avoid urban development outside of existing urban areas or greenfield priority areas for development unless expressly provided for in the CRPS. And when I read that, I thought, I wonder how that affects the Centres Plus approach that you're asking us for. So two questions there. I think in answering my colleague's question, you indicated that it's not Woolworths' intention to jump outside of an existing urban area. So that potentially that policy wouldn't affect you in that regard. Is there, but in terms of the final part of that avoid objective, is the Centres Plus approach expressly provided for in the regional policy statement?
Yes, so my response would be it is. So I looked at 6.3.6 in the RPS. That is around that business land release, in particular sub policy or sub paragraph 4, which is around setting that framework for centres, so giving centres a hierarchy. But it does leave, as I'll describe it, does leave that door open for other activities to go out of centre, but with that important proviso that it will not give rise to significant adverse distribution or urban form effects. So it would be to the one that you've just mentioned, which I don't have in front of me, but I have read it before. And I think the two can work together. And the way they work together for Woolworths is that we wouldn't be seeking a policy framework that contemplated a supermarket sitting outside that much broader urban form.
No, that's good. And so perhaps when you do come before us again in terms of the urban growth chapter and other chapters that you'll be appearing for, maybe if you could flesh out that policy change,
relationship.
Set it out nice and clearly for us so that we can refer to it in the future.
That's fine. That's
That'll be
helpful.
great. All right, but other than that, no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning and welcome. Just before you introduce yourselves to us, I think you've been here this morning when I've been saying to other submitters, thanking them for their pre-circulated material, and same applies to you. We have read that, so you don't need to read it out to us. As with other submitters, you're very welcome to highlight key points, and then we'll take questions, or if it's your preference, we can go straight to questions, but you just let us know which you prefer.
Tēnā koe e te tiamina ki te nohoanga o te kamuhiri arohe o Selwyn. Tēnā koe e te koromatua tuarua. Tēnā koe e te tiamina tuarua. Tēnā koto e ngā kai konihira. Tēnā koto e ngā kai komihana. Kei kone aho mo te tūmaki ahore o te papa atapai ko Ms. Williams aho. I am Ms. Williams, Penny Williams. I appear on behalf of the Director General of Conservation together with Amelia Ching, and we are here today to speak to the strategic directions topic. But perhaps before we get into that, I would just like to talk a little bit about Te Papa Atawhai and Te Tumuaki Ahure's interests in the Selwyn district. We have, of course, to the west, Others Pass National Park, so that is within Selwyn. You are bounded to the north by the Waimakariri, to the south by the Rakaia, and to the east we have Te Wahora. So we have significant interests in the Selwyn district. There are lots of associated lands and waters which the department administers on behalf of the people of New Zealand. And we also have a strong relationship with Ngāi Tahu in this district, which we wish to reflect. So our primary interest, whilst we have a very comprehensive submission which speaks to many of the topics, we will be in here in person today, and we will also be here in person for the Ecosystems and Indigenous Biodiversity hearing, and for some of the other hearings we anticipate either tabling evidence or potentially appearing remotely. So just wanted to set the scene for that now for you. So the Director General, Te Tumuaki Ahure, has put in a submission on this plan, and in the strategic directions hearing, our focus is on the district identity objectives and also on the overview directive. And so the submission that was originally put in for the Director General had sought some amendments to Objective 2, which is, sorry, I'll just find it again, District Wellbeing and Prosperity, and Objective 4, Our Environment. And those have been refined in the evidence of Ms. Ching, and I just want to draw your attention to that. And we had also sought a separate objective in the submission, and again, that's been refined in Ms. Ching's evidence. The concern, I guess, with the overview goes to the statement that the directions are intended to be read and achieved in a manner consistent across the plan. And so that's both in the work that you're undertaking now, which of course is to develop and decide and determine how the plan should look, and then subsequently in its implementation and application. So the concern for the Director General is that the directions that are present with the amendments which we have sought, good ones, but that they do need to also give effect to Part 2 and Section 31, and in particular that the concern is that around, I'm going to summarise it as Indigenous biodiversity, that the notified plan was weak and just did not address that. And that's what our changes seek to, or amendments seek to change.
Right, shall we see if we have questions for you for the legal submissions now? Right, Mark, starting at your end. No. Yvette? No questions, Lindsay?
No, not for legal submissions.
Just there seem to be quite a number of amendments that are sought, and
Yes.
on they seem substantial, but I'm not sure if they're significant. And are you addressing the scope issue with us, or is Ms. Ching going to do that?
Well, no, in my view, you know, we did do a general submission which said that we considered that there was a concern that the plan as notified did not give effect to part 2, and in my submission that addresses the scope issue.
It's
So,
been through a further submission process. So
yes, it has.
that would be your submission. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Okay.
Yes, I just have one. I refer to paragraph 16. You talk about qualifying significance in
Yes,
qualifying significance in human terms.
yes, I do
think
want
I
to speak to that.
understand the point you're making, that the natural environment should be valued for and of itself.
Yes, that's precisely
And
the
whether
point.
it's significant or not to Ngāi Tahu is not the point. Is that what you mean?
Absolutely, because the way this is district identity objective 4, and so the way the notified version puts it is that places, landscapes and features, and now we've got the addition of and Indigenous biodiversity, which are significant to Selwyn's character, cultural heritage, or of spiritual importance to Ngāi Tahu, are identified, etc. So you're qualifying all of those things by the fact that they are significant in terms of human values and not in their own intrinsic values.
Hmm.
And
I
that's,
understand the point you're making, and I'm not saying I disagree or agree with it, but don't you think that humans are part of nature?
absolutely. And my submission, that is picked up in your first district identity objective, which is where you're talking about Selwyn being an attractive, pleasant place to work, live, visit, which enhances environmental outcomes for the benefit of the district, takes into account character, etc. So that's where you've got your human focus, your human values focus is in that first objective.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
I've just got a couple of things I'd like to explore with you, if I may.
Sure.
And the first one derives from your paragraph 13. And this is the issue of whether or not the strategic directions need to cover everything that's
Yes.
that the RMA says is important in terms of part 2. Just 2 issues on that. Explored that yesterday with the Council for Forest and Bird. And he agreed that if the strategic objectives didn't cover everything in part 2, that come the time for a decision maker to make a decision on something down the track, a consent or a designation or whatever, and then the parts of the superior instruments that do cover those part 2 matters would determine the outcome in any case. And he said, yes, that's correct. Do you have a view on that?
Look, I would agree with that. However, I think that from the council's perspective, is that what you want to have happen? Because the whole point of a district plan is that actually you should not need to look to the superior instruments, that the plan should actually cover everything it needs to. And that actually indicates that there's a fault with the plan, doesn't it?
All right, thanks for that. And then my second question in that regard is, if the strategic directions don't cover everything that part 2 or the superior instruments say is important, but objectives and subsequent lower order chapters do cover those things, and I think either in Ms. Ching's evidence or elsewhere I've read that you think that the subsequent chapters do address a lot of the Indigenous biodiversities that are dear to the department's heart. Isn't the issue for us then to ensure that there's nothing in the strategic directions that would gazump that further down the track, more detailed direction?
And that's where we come back to the overview paragraph. And that's the concern, is that if the overview requires you to read and achieve everything in a manner consistent with the strategic directions, then the strategic directions have to be comprehensive. If the overview doesn't necessarily require that, then that would allow those other chapters where you do have matters which give effect to part 2 to come into play.
Yeah.
And that's the problem, is it's just and I'm not saying that there is anything wrong overall with the intent of the strategic directions. You know, I support sensational Selwyn. Since Selwyn is an amazing district and it deserves to be recognised, that, and that's an aspiration that the council should have for itself. It's just that Selwyn is not just about urban growth and development, which kind of is what this plan seems to be focused on. It still needs to encompass its amazing environment.
I appreciate that, but my question was along the lines of if the subsequent chapters do address environmental issues adequately, and I think Ms. Ching refers to the natural environment values chapters as an example of that. And my question was, isn't it our job to ensure there's nothing in strategic directions, and I use the word gazump, which isn't really proper planning talk, but that would negate that later policy direction. So is there anything in the strategic objectives that would negate the objectives and provisions in the chapters that follow in
Well,
terms of natural environment values?
Certainly at the moment, as I say, there is that issue around district identity objective 4 being read in human values as opposed to an environmental values. And that is immediately going to gazump those section 6, section 7, section 31 matters being particularly section 6 of national importance. So that is problematic. That's SDD 104. Yes, and that's why Ms. Ching proposes
Yeah.
to separate the two out. So you still pick up the cultural factors which are not otherwise addressed, but that you have a separate, just focused on the environmental values and their own intrinsic importance.
And that leads nicely into my next question. So looking at SDD 104, and you focused on those words, significant to Selwyn's character, why do you say to us that that must be defined in human terms? Isn't the district's character, doesn't it have intrinsic value regardless of what one human or another might think about that? The character is there and then humans interpret it as they will, but isn't it an intrinsic value?
Oh, that's a good question. So I think the way I interpreted this is that it's the list. So you've got Selwyn's character, cultural heritage, spiritual importance to Ngāi Tahu. So to me, the character is qualified by those which follow. And that tends me also to see this in terms of the human appreciation of the character rather than the character in and of itself.
But the word or is disjunctive, isn't it? So it's Selwyn's character, comma, cultural heritage, comma, or.
I agree that or, so you've got 3 concepts there, but to me, those 2 following concepts still colour, flavour that initial concept of character and bring it into a more human domain than an intrinsic domain.
Right. So what if it said Selwyn's intrinsic character?
So Selwyn's.
What if it said Selwyn's intrinsic character?
It would be better, but I still think you're qualifying it. You'd still have that issue that you're going to run up against, which is that people are going to assess it in terms of human values. And I don't think that adding intrinsic in actually assists.
Right. Okay. And just see if I still want to ask you this one or not. So just now looking at your paragraph 17.
Sure.
And this is Indigenous biodiversity.
Yes.
And my questions don't at all indicate that I don't think this is a very important issue, because it is. But looking further down within the plan, provision EIB-01 does explicitly maintain or seek to maintain Indigenous biodiversity. Do any of the notified strategic objectives negate that particular, and I'll call it a lower order provision? And if you want to think about that and come back to us later, that's fine. So what I'm interested in seeing is if further down in the plan an issue is dealt with fully and comprehensively, is there anything in strategic directions that would lead a decision maker to choose to negate that further provision?
I do want to come back to you, and I'll do that in an ecosystem indigenous biodiversity hearing. But again, today, I'm still concerned that even with the addition of indigenous biodiversity in there, that this objective, it still comes underneath, it's still subject to this qualifier of significant to character, cultural heritage, or of spiritual importance to Ngāi Tahu. So there's still that human influence in there. So whilst you might have a lower objective, which is on the values of themselves, it's still qualified by this. And then you go on to say that, of course, these are protected for future generations, so that's good. But it's still kind of, how do you do that when you're doing this in terms of that human construct?
Yeah, sorry, my question probably wasn't expressed very clearly. So the issue I'm driving at here is in terms of indigenous biodiversity, we have the two limbs protecting the significant and maintaining the rest.
Yes.
In paragraph 17 in your submissions is on the maintaining the rest. So
Yes.
can you come back to us once you've had to think about it? Look at EIB-01, which specifically addressed the maintaining limb of indigenous biodiversity, and answer the question, which was, in the notified strategic directions, is there anything in there that would negate the specific direction that's in EIB-01 with regard to maintaining indigenous biodiversity? And that'll help me consider whether or not we need to roll the maintaining indigenous biodiversity up to the strategic directions level. It will just assist me in that regard.
So certainly my first think about this is, because we are still talking about significance in objective 4, that doesn't capture maintain. So there is a gap.
That's not my question.
I know your question is.
My question is there anything else that negates it? So it's the opposite of what you just said.
Yes, exactly. I will have to come back on that.
That would be great. All right, thanks very much for that. That's helpful.
So hello, I'm Amelia Ching. I'm an RMA planner at the Department of Conservation. I've drafted a summary, but we've covered a lot of it already. So I'll just give a bit of an overview. So in my evidence, I tried to pull together a bit of the context around where the strategic directions have come from, mostly from the Section 32, the Section 42 report, and the overview Section 42A report. And in summary, these said that they were intended to direct decision making, express key outcomes, set the framework for the district plan, and provide an overarching tone and big picture. And as we've talked about, the plan includes a interpretation directive in the overview. And this is where I have a bit of a correction in my evidence. So if I refer you to paragraph 49 of my evidence, I state that the Christchurch replacement plan has the same interpretation directive. This is incorrect. That word should be similar. This is because the Christchurch district plan states this chapter has primacy over the objectives and policies in the other chapters, which must be consistent with the objectives in that chapter. So therefore the Christchurch plan explicitly states primacy, whereas Selwyn says must be achieved in a manner consistent with. But although, in my opinion, the interpretation directive in the proposed Selwyn plan still elevates the proposed strategic objectives above all provisions in the plan. And then just to add on to what you were talking about just then, I think that it's about this internal consistency issue where the policies in the other chapters hook on to these strategic directions. So my interpretation is, and I've kind of done a bit of a diagram in my evidence where you have objectives, then policies, and then rules. For me, the strategic objectives sit above these. And so kind of answering your question, I think that there has to be something in those objectives to connect the other chapters of the plan to that. So therefore, when we're giving this priority or primacy to these provisions of the plan, the strategic directions must assist councils in carrying out its functions under the RMA and also give effect to higher order documents. As our environment and objective is currently drafted, identification, recognition and protection of values is qualified by their significance to Selwyn character, cultural heritage, and whether they are of spiritual importance to Ngāi Tahu. And we've just covered that in detail. So I guess that's the key summary. So yeah, over to you for questions.
Thank you very much for that. And you've taken the time to write down a summary for us. So can I ask you to spend a little bit more time and type that up? And then,
Yeah, no worries.
because you were talking too fast for us to write that down. And that can be provided along with the answer that Ms. Williams is going to give to the question that I ask and anything else that might arise from the other panel members. But thanks for that. So which end did I start at last time? I can't remember, but Mark, we'll start with you. Yvette, Lindsay?
Thank you, Ms. Chung. Your evidence was quite comprehensive, which was good. I just want to, you outline the relative higher order documents, NZCPS and the RPS, and the need for consistency or alignment with those higher order documents. There's quite a lot of effort put into the NZCPS in terms of your overview document. Obviously, the NZCPS only relates to the coastal environment. So with that in mind, is there anything in the RPS which fills the holes from the NZCPS in terms of the direction we're trying to provide here?
Yes, I think I've included the RPS provisions as well.
Yeah, you did. But the NZCPS is obviously written for the coastal environment only, which is, if you like, the strip around the coast.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
the RPS obviously has a different framework that applies to it for the rest of the district.
Absolutely. So I, in my evidence, I do just refer to the coastal environment for those provisions. I think for the Department of Conservation, we are the authority that administers that act, New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement, sorry. And so that's why I've included that in there, but there are the RPS provisions that also apply to the coastal environment there. Yeah, I think it's only really relevant to around Te Waihora.
Sure.
But it is relevant to the district, so.
Yeah, no, that's understood. And then it really leads on to whether or not the strategic directions chapter actually fulfills the requirements of the higher order documents, and we had the legal submissions on that. If I can take you to your relief at para 60, I think it is.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you're looking to delete what's there and have a whole new paragraph or set of provisions, and just looking through that, you're obviously looking at section 6 matters in terms of landscapes and Indigenous biodiversity, but you also flick out maintaining Indigenous biodiversity as being separate from identifying and protecting areas of significant Indigenous biodiversity. I think I understand the reasons why, but just in terms of the wording, it seems a little clunky to actually have that separation when Indigenous biodiversity is in 2 suborder provisions. What's your comment on that? What was the specific reason?
I would say that I'm not wedded to this wording, definitely, because it is, I mean, the chapeau is kind of the strategic part,
Yeah.
and then it's just, like you say, repeating parts of section 6C and then section 31. So I wouldn't be wedded to this wording, but my intent was to show that there is a gap for the natural environment values. So yeah, I guess that's my answer.
Yeah, and if you're looking at the wording as notified and what you've got there, your point 1 about identifying and protecting outstanding natural landscapes and features. Landscapes are already included in that DIO 4. The addition of the Indigenous biodiversity in the section 42A report will cover 2 and 3. Your suggestion of a separate strategic objective on historic heritage. Aren't those matters already in there? Forget putting Indigenous biodiversity, and I think the officers have recommended that go in.
Yep.
Aren't they already in there rather than having to go through a process of something which is different in format to what we've got at the moment?
Yes, and then it does come back to that, that those values are qualified by their significance to Selwyn's character and cultural heritage. So I think my intent here was to make it clearer. But yeah, as I say, I'm not wedded to the wording that I've landed on.
Okay.
They are encompassed in that first part.
Yeah.
The places, landscapes, and features and Indigenous biodiversity. But then it's the flow on after that about what you're doing, what the outcome is that you're seeking to achieve.
Okay, so am I right in thinking you looked at the remainder of strategic objectives and other things are given more prominence, but basically in terms of all the things the Minister of Conservation is interested in, there's not enough primacy, if you like, given in the strategic objectives to those matters. And this is an attempt to actually bring that to the fore.
I wouldn't say primacy, I'd say clarity, because it's, I mean, the header of this objective is our environment, and it's just not clear what values we're seeking to protect here. It's about Selwyn, the significance to Selwyn's character. And yeah, so I think, it's about clarity rather than primacy. And it's about this internal consistency within the plan of linking these provisions to other chapters in the plan.
Okay. Probably going to be hearing from others about this as well. But it certainly seems to me that I don't think the wording that we've got at the moment compared to what you've got is potentially too far apart. It's a more nuancing thing, and making sure that as strategic objective, which is overarching, that the other objectives are internally consistent with it. So, okay. Your other relief about para 69 about DIO2, district wellbeing and prosperity, and wanting to remove the caveat at the end, I suppose it's called, ensuring existing activities are protected from incompatible activities. Why at this particular point doesn't there not need to be a recognition of some sort of protection, particularly in relation to infrastructure, because the infrastructure providers are basically telling us they want that strengthened in terms of that particular objective. So losing that just really leaves an efficient use of land resources and infrastructure without giving any direction to a decision maker.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from. I think this comes back to what I see the purpose of strategic directions objectives are. And it seems to me that the reverse sensitivity part of this objective is something that has, it should be occurring in each chapter of the plan. So it's just been chucked up in the strategic direction so it can apply to everything else. But it in itself isn't strategic. The strategic part of it is that the prosperous economy part, and it links back to the Selwyn 2031. I think I just wanted to show that, because I do agree that it could be a significant resource management issue for Selwyn, but I wanted to indicate that strategic direction should be addressing significant resource management issues for a district. And this was one example of where it had been extended to cover another issue.
So you potentially think it's in the wrong place
Yeah,
about
potentially.
dealing with reverse sensitivity?
Yeah, it depends what the purpose of the strategic directions are.
Okay, so the purpose is, if you like, to set the higher framework, if you like, for the additional chapters. Well, that's what my interpretation is.
Yep.
Okay, so with losing that, you get left with something which is a statement rather than a direction. I'll put that to you. I'm not suggesting it's the case. So you've got a prosperous economy that's going to be supported through the efficient use of land resources and infrastructure.
Yes. Yeah, I guess it's not so outcome based.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. No, I don't have any further questions. Thank you, Mr. Trent.
Just to follow on, what is the department, what is the Director General's concern, other than that it's in the wrong place or doesn't fulfil its strategic objective? What is the department's concern with the reverse sensitivity issue? I'm just curious. Is it just something you picked up as a planner, sort of reading?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's not like I definitely wouldn't be pushing this too much. It's our concern is the environment objective.
So I want to tease out this as well, because this is a concern, potential concern that if it's not highlighted elsewhere and it isn't, and it's seen to be an issue, which is why he would appear that it's been put in the strategic objectives. So the other option that you thought, if it was quite an issue in the district, was to actually add another strategic objective that specifically talks about reverse sensitivity issues.
That could definitely be an option. Yeah.
So you would be open to that, considering you've requested for it to be removed from this objective?
Definitely.
But you haven't thought about any wording or anything like that?
No.
No, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Ms. Singh, thank you for your evidence. Also taking us through some of the background in terms of your opinion as to how the strategic directions were formed from those supporting documents. I have a question that just follows on from the Chair's earlier question in terms of the legal submission. So, in just paragraph 38 of your evidence, I don't want to labour the point, but it's just a question again. So, in your opinion, do the strategic directions have to respond to and give effect to all the higher order documents?
Yes.
So Mackenzie District and the NZCPS. So if it's obviously not relevant, it's not relevant, but there's a judgment as to if it's relevant or not.
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Second question then, if the interpretation statements said that strategic directions were not elevated, but to be considered collectively with all the district plan policies, could strategic directions then not cover every single Section 6 matter?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. That's fine, thank you.
Just if I might speak further on that last point, that wasn't something that was explicitly sought by the Director General in his submission, and that's why we haven't pushed for that. But given that we have that general submission about the strategic directions, I consider that there is scope for that as well.
Yeah, that's certainly a key issue for us to resolve, and we have plenty of scope to go either way on that. And we'll also keep an eye on what other districts are doing in that regard as well. Any further questions, Anya? I'm just like a dog with a bone. I just want to return to SDD 104 and just a follow-up question in relation to the directors and your own concern about the words Selwyn's character. and it being a human construct rather than an intrinsic value. And so, and further question on that from me, which I'd like you to not answer now, but to think about and come back in writing, because you're going to be doing a bit of that anyway, is if in that notified provision, and I'm coming from the context that I see our role as commissioners is to improve the plan rather than necessarily rewriting the plan. There's a difference. And so if the words at the tail end of that notified provision were to say recognised, currently they say recognised for their values. If that was to say recognised for their intrinsic values or some kind of similar wording, would that meet the Director General's concern? And so could you give some thought to that? And I don't want to off the top of your head answer, but give it some thought and see if you can come up with some wording that would build on what's been notified, but cover off your concerns.
Yeah.
Great. And in terms of that, timing wise, we're going to get a reply report from the officers within 2 weeks of the end of this week. And it'd be super useful for the officers to have your written material before they give us their reply report. So are you able to come back to us in writing before Friday week? So before and as early as you can, but at the latest by Friday week. So not this Friday, but the one after.
Yes, I understand.
Yeah.
That's doable. After that, I run into constraints because I have a 4-day course, then I have a week-long mediation, then I have another 2-day mediation. So after that, it's terrible for 3 weeks.
Good. So you might get it done this week then. That's great.
Yeah.
Drop a hard target.
Yeah.
But no further questions. Thank you very much for your submission, the legal submissions, the evidence. It's been very helpful and for answering our questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for hearing from us.
So that brings us to the end of this morning's submitters. We adjourn now until 1:30 when we hear from Horticulture New Zealand. Thank you. election, which might be over by then. So we will resume the hearing, and at this stage we are hearing from Horticulture New Zealand. Come on up to our little submitters table. So good afternoon and welcome. And just for your benefit, in case you haven't caught up with the fact, thank you very much for pre-circulating your evidence, which we've read, so you don't need to read that out to us. You'll be pleased to know. But you are welcome to do one of two things, either highlight key points for us, and then we'll see if we have questions for you, or if you're happy that we've read the evidence, we can just proceed straight to questions, but that's over to you.
Yes, we do have just a short statement to read, so I'll proceed with that.
And sorry, do you just want to tell us who you are? Yeah, and push the, there's a red button.
Right.
There we go.
Good afternoon, I'm Rachel McClung, Environmental Policy Advisor, South Island with Horticulture New Zealand. My role in this hearing is as the HortNZ representative, and as you've said, I've made a written statement. And today with me here is Ms. Lynette Wolf, a planner with Agribusiness Group. Ms. Wolf has prepared evidence in support of the HortNZ submissions, and as per your directions, we'll take those as read. We're attending today largely so you can meet us in person. However, just wanted to let you know at the outset of these hearings that it won't be possible for HortNZ to attend every hearing, and there may be some topics where we only submit written statements and don't appear, or perhaps appear via video conference, and this will be dependent on the topic and the nature of the HortNZ submission and also the wider workloads, but we will endeavour to be as helpful as possible to the panel. Also, for those panel members that are not familiar with the HortNZ approach to hearings, we do use grower case studies to demonstrate our submission points where appropriate. And these case studies would be attached to my industry statement, and we would then bring the grower to the hearing, and at that time encourage you all to ask questions directly of the grower. And in addition, if at any point the hearing panel would see benefit in visiting a horticultural operation, then this can be arranged. Please just ask, and I'll work with the hearing secretary to ensure that happens. I'll now ask Ms. Wolf to provide some short comments, and then we'll be available to answer any questions. And if Ms. Wolf has any responses today which you'd like to be put in writing as necessary, then we can do that as well. So I'll hand it over to Ms. Wolf.
Thank you. Just one minor correction I'll do on my evidence. Paragraph 5.3, I got a quote from the MFE guidance, and I must have been thinking about hearings rather than headings. So the quote should be the strategic direction heading, not hearing. So if you could just correct that, would be much appreciated. Spell check didn't pick that one up. So you've read my evidence, and it sets out the reasons, particularly around the rural strategic direction, and particularly to implement Selwyn 2031, the district development strategy. Can I just say that we Federated Farmers and Ellesmere Sustainable Ag are here today, and there's also evidence from Vance Hodgson from New Zealand Pork and Colin Glass for Dairy Holdings, which I've read and generally support what's in them. So I think we're all fairly aligned. I noticed that in the questions that the hearing panel have asked the 42A writers, you asked a question about whether inclusion of an objective would enhance the plan's certainty and clarity. The writer's response considers the inclusion may provide clarity and certainty of the plan's expectations for the rural area, but it would set a precedent that each individual zone may need its own strategic direction. In my opinion, the need for a rural strategic objective is due to the pressure that the rural area is under and comprises a significant area of the district, and it's important for integrated management. If other zones considered it was important, then it would have reflected in their submissions. Do not consider that the inclusion of a rural strategic objective is duplication. In fact, I've specifically recommended a strategic objective that does not duplicate GRUS Objective 1. And I noticed this in the section 32, when considering what are strategic objectives, one of the criteria is that strategic objectives should be in a single place, not located throughout the plan. So by saying that the objective in GRUS is sufficient actually doesn't meet that criteria in the section 32 report. I just note that a number of statements of evidence have suggested that the recommended addition of highly productive land to UFD Objective 1 means that the need for a rural strategic objective is addressed. I do not agree with this assessment. The urban growth objective is about urban growth which is located around existing townships, does not address the subdivision use and development in the rural area where there's a need for direction as to how the rural area will be managed. And a rural objective, as much as I've suggested, is about more than highly productive land. While it's a part of the issue, it does not address the whole. Locating a rural objective only within GRUS means that such an objective would not apply across the plan in an overarching way. And there are other chapters that are relevant to rural production: earthworks, noise, hazards, subdivision, where a rural direction will inform the provisions of the topic-specific chapters. Just a few comments on infrastructure. My evidence has also addressed submissions on the various infrastructure strategic directions, and I've sought changes that better reflect the higher order documents and have identified concerns about the use of the words such as protect and avoid. I note the evidence of a number of the infrastructure providers are seeking significant amendments to the objectives for infrastructure. I do not support specifically the addition of policies within the strategic directions, particularly the proposed SDIRP1, reverse sensitivity and incompatible activities that's in the evidence of some of the infrastructure providers. The implementation of the objectives should flow through to the specific chapters such as energy and infrastructure, much as we're seeking for a rural objective. And I just note that the strategic objectives for urban development, in my evidence, I suggested that there may be a need for a definition of highly productive land. And I note that the section 42A report for hearing 3, urban growth, is recommending that the definition of versatile soil is amended to highly productive land. So this matter will be addressed in hearing 3. So those are just some overarching comments. I hope they're not too long.
That's very helpful, and you've taken the time to write those out. So if you could provide a copy of that to you, Robert, if you can do that, and then that can be provided to us, that'll be very helpful. Thank you.
I wasn't sure whether you wanted extra copies circulated or not.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah. That's fine. But if you've taken the time to write it out, it's good for us to have that available so we can refer to it later.
So happy to take questions.
Excellent. So what we might do is take questions one by one. So Ms. McClung, we'll see if we have questions for you first. I don't think we need a copy of your written statement. It was just a general background, the one you read out just before, which is helpful, but I think it was covered off in your evidence as well, so that's fine. So in terms of Ms. McClung, we'll start at your end. Mark, any questions?
No, I have a question on the request to change the DO1.
Yep. So we'll put that to Ms. Wolf when, okay. And Yvette, any questions? Lindsay?
No, I don't have any specific questions. A lot of it, if you like, was factual context setting. So no, I don't. Thank you.
Deborah?
No, I don't.
Gary?
No.
Carl? Raymond?
Westwood District Council, and you've suggested to reword SDDI03. I'm one.
That's for, yeah.
Not Rachel.
Oh, sorry,
That's
wrong
okay.
person.
She was just in my panic.
No,
Hold on to that one.
clicked it was
Oh, no, what's
I'll
coming?
let Lynette answer all those questions. I'm quite happy with that.
Raven, any questions for Ms. McClung? No. And Malcolm? Andrew? Okay, we'll stick with you, Andrew. Questions for Ms. Wolf?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have a question. So it's actually in your executive summary. I realise you've got further detail on the text. So paragraph 1.10, 1.12, 1.13 about protecting
Mhm.
Provides a strong requirement in the RPS plan.
Yes.
And that's one of the arguments that you've been made to say that you don't support the wording in this direction. So, do you think, do all district plans have to go only so far as the RPS suggests or instructs? Or can they indeed go further than what an RPS policy said if there is no other corresponding or conflicting RPS objective policy that stops them going forward?
I did address that in my evidence at 1018. I said, while the plan can set a higher threshold, that's part of what the submission process is about. Is a higher threshold appropriate, or do we stay with the RPS direction? And in my view, I think if you start putting high-level directions of a void for all the infrastructure provisions, and you will have seen the evidence also from the infrastructure provider, you're really putting a very high priority for all infrastructure within Selwyn over all other activities. And that's my concern. And I think there are some that maybe require higher level of protection, but that may flow through more in the energy infrastructure chapter where specific issues are identified. But as an overarching higher level objective, to set something about protecting and avoiding all incompatible and reverse sensitivity effects, for instance, sets a very high bar when we come to the more specific provisions later on.
And just as a follow-up question, has Horticulture New Zealand you made a submission on the definition of important infrastructure?
Yes, yes. And there's a bit of a confusion between the regionally and significant infrastructure, important infrastructure and critical infrastructure, which is also applies to the Greater Christchurch area on the RPS. So I'm sure when we get to the infrastructure hearing, there will be an interesting debate around that too.
Great, okay, thank you.
Andrew's done it. Thank you.
Oh, we'll go back to paragraph 8.
I'm going to turn to paragraph 8.4, and you make reference to the separate functions of a regional council as opposed to a district council. And then you've suggested to reword SDDI 03, and I wondered how your new wording is really any different from the original wording.
Right, so this submission point arose out of the submission that we supported on Federated Farmers, if I recall correctly. And Federated Farmers, and you may want to ask Alicia a bit later on, was concerned about the water functions are really a regional council function. So it was to say, yes, okay, there's a relationship. We've got to look at that integrated management, but to be clear that actually the district council manages the land use, but not the water function. And so what I've tried to do about in my rewording is talking about the interrelationships between ecosystems and natural processes and with fresh water, without saying that the district council actually have a role in managing the water. Now, there may be another alternative solution, but I think some clarity around that objective would be helpful.
So my question was, how is that new wording any different from the original wording? Would the focus be less on fresh water the way you've worded it, or?
The wording in the notified objective is land and water resources are managed through an integrated approach. And it seems as though that's both a district council to manage those land and water resources. So by splitting it out, it's trying to show there's a difference.
Okay, thank you. Now I understand.
Sorry if I wasn't clear.
No more questions.
Thank you, Ms. Wolf. Just one question. We heard from Ivan Thompson today, a planner representing some landowners. I don't know if you've had a chance to read his evidence, have you?
No, I haven't read
Okay,
his.
well, he's responding to your request for a new strategic direction, the one that you've given us in evidence, and also the other parties that are in alliance with you, if you like. And I was just going to put 2 points to you to see if you would like to respond to those in relation to the new policy that you're seeking, or strategic objective rather. He said that the draft national policy statement, highly productive land, there are many thorny issues with that need to be resolved before settling on a position. I think it is premature for the council to commit to a position on the management of highly productive land until that NPS comes into effect. So that's the first point he made, and I might just ask the second part too, if you don't mind. He said, under the current statutory framework, there is little priority given to highly productive land. Unlike the previous Town and Country Planning Act, the RMA does not put highly productive land on a pedestal, so to speak. Regional district and city plans have therefore had little statutory support for including objectives and policies that absolutely protect high quality soils for production from urban encroachment. So that's what we heard today from Mr. Thompson, and I just wondered if you want the opportunity to respond to that.
Well, there is a statutory framework in the RPS in terms of versatile soils, and the terms are used somewhat interchangeably, and hence you've got this recommendation in hearing 3 about replacing versatile soils with highly productive land. I think what's been identified, while there mightn't be the MPS for highly productive land at the moment, it's certainly been flagged as an issue and a resource management issue in terms of actually people being able to have food to eat. It's about the social and economic well-being of the community. And so, you know, we've actually got direction in Section 5 of the Act for enabling communities to provide for themselves. So while it's not specific to highly productive soil, it certainly drops out of that framework. In terms of the highly productive land MPS, unfortunately the Ministry are beavering away on other higher priorities, and so the document hasn't been released, but I understand that the MPS HPL will be released by the end of the year, probably before your hearings are finished, so, which will be interesting because, you know, to what regard do you then give something that comes out during the course of your hearings?
Sorry, I had my microphone off there. I said we give it full regard as we're obliged to do.
So, you know, there may well be catch-up issues that emerge towards the end of the hearing.
Understand that. So in response to Mr. Thompson, who's basically saying we shouldn't change the plan in the way that you've asked us to change it because there's a draft NPS on the way, what would your response be?
Well, I think the strategic objective that I've set out in my evidence in chief, and it's in my summaries in paragraph 619, isn't focused on highly productive land. It's actually focused more broadly on the rural issues and rural context. So he's looking at one specific aspect, whereas I actually think that the objective for the rural area is a much broader context than just HPL.
My question is, well, it sort of starts at your 6.116C, where you're looking at a new strategic objective to provide a framework for considering development across the plan within the rural area. And then if we move down to paragraph 624, you're actually talking, making reference to productive and versatile land to be retained for primary production to enable food production, production for food. Looking at a lower order, do you see a conflict in the ideal of overall farming with reverse sensitivity, maintaining productive soils, with the subdivision ability of landowners within our rural area to subdivide down to 1 hectare, that's the proposal, and covenant the rest of their land with a no-build covenant. Is there a conflict with that higher order strategic directive and the wish of the rural community to actually undertake a subdivision potential down to 1 hectare?
I think what's really interesting is if you actually look at the national planning standards with the zone descriptions, and I've got it with me, but basically the zone description for the general rural area is that it provides predominantly for primary production and activities that support primary production, activities that may have an operational need to locate, like you get power lines have got an operational need to locate in a rural area. It doesn't, and so it's very much focused on activities that support primary production. So the subdivision for rural residential type lifestyle within the general rural zone isn't explicitly recognised in the National Planning Standards zone framework for the rural zone. So that's where the tension exists, because they have said that the rural subdivision type scenario you've identified is actually better located in a rural lifestyle zone than in the general rural zone. Now, I know your plan provides for it, and there will be submissions around how you manage that tension, because there is inherently some tension between having primary production activities that are the predominant and enabled activity in the rural zone, and those wanting to do activities that aren't necessarily absolutely consistent with primary production. And that's a discussion we will certainly have within the general rural zone hearing.
Good afternoon, Ms. Wharf. You've produced a new strategic objective itself, and you're obviously involved in Horticulture New Zealand issues up and down the country. Have you got that drafting from somewhere else in the country which has got a similar sort of issue to the one Selwyn faces, or has it been crafted specifically in relation to this plan?
We have been, the first time we've dealt with this sort of issue under the new National Planning Standards framework has been Waikato, and Phil Mitchell's been the chair of that hearing panel, and we've had similar discussions at the Waikato plan hearing. We haven't seen their decisions yet. This definition, this strategic objective, this is similar to what's been sought there, but it was also picking up the concepts that were in the submissions of Ellesmere, Federated Farmers, Pork, and Horticulture New Zealand, and we worked collaboratively to come up with the wording.
Okay, well, thank you. Can you actually go to the wording of your, I've been using your executive summary because all the changes you want are actually in the executive summary rather than being interspersed. Very helpful, and hope other submitters do that as well. But just looking at the precise wording of that, I completely understand the first part of it, but where I sort of begin to get a little bit puzzled is at the back. Maintaining rural character, for example. Some matters are quite easily to define. There's a definition of rural production activities, for example. But is there a generally understood definition of what is meant by rural character? Because what may be rural character in the Malvern Hills might be something very different to what's on the plains.
I think, again, we'll address it in the general rural hearing, because I think there are descriptions of rural character of the different zones. Now, in terms of that part of the wording, was very much reliant on the wording that was in the Selwyn 2031, which talked about the rural landscape economy and iconic rural outlook. So the wording of that end of it was really taken from this document.
Yeah, I guess the reason I asked that question was that these are strategic objectives, which need to be very, very clear. And terminology like rural character will mean potentially different things to different people. And I accept your answer that if you like, the flesh around that strategic objective will be in the general rural zone. But I was just a little bit sure, how would I be assessing a resource consent application when it's something to do with rural character, when it wasn't defined? Perhaps move on.
I think there may even be submissions that seek a definition of rural character.
Okay, I haven't come across those as yet.
Yeah.
And the other part which puzzled me about the new strategic objective is what is the purpose of adding contribute positively to district and national identity and economy? What value does that particular statement provide at a strategic directions level?
To identify that the contribution of the rural area is significant for this district and for it to be recognised in the plan, and again relying on the district development strategy.
And is that not elsewhere? It doesn't matter whether it's rural production, any sort of economic activity will contribute positively. In my opinion, and the group that we discussed, they felt that wasn't explicit enough. Okay, I accept that. My next one, I think Raywin asked the question about what really is the difference in terms of the shifting of fresh water from one place to another. So that one's been answered. And the other one I had was it's possibly more wording terminology. Is your 1.6 in your executive summary to deal with SDDIO2 and the addition of reverse sensitivity?
All right, yes.
Are protected from the effects of reverse sensitivity, or is it's an abstract statement, I think, is
right
in there, and you might need a conjunction or a bit of explanation in there. And wonder what your thoughts were in terms of
it's quite possible
improvements to it. And I think the writer reply will be dealing with some of these issues anyway. But I just wondered whether to me it didn't quite make sense. I think I know what you mean, but the
wording was specifically that sought by Orion.
I accept that.
So yes, potentially there may need to be another conjunctive, and I hadn't really cast my mind. I just replicated the wording sought by Orion.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Good afternoon. I have questions around your evidence around paragraph 12 in subsequent paragraphs, where you're seeking to add to the UFD01 strategic you wanting to add avoiding versatile soils and creating habitable activities. I'm wondering if this wording is a bit too prescriptive and restrictive. As if avoiding implementation being just that, don't do it. And I know in and around Ralston here, there are strips of versatile soils. They're not wide swaths. So if a development was to take place in avoided versatile soils, you could end up with rather perverse urban form that had green strips or donuts that avoided the versatile soils. Now, I'm wondering if that's really intended, or whether some alternate wording, something along the lines of avoiding versatile soils where practicable, would be more reasonable. Because a complete avoidance, where there's just a little bit of versatile soils in an area that's looking to be next to a township and potentially developed, to avoid them completely could end up in perverse and urban form.
So that was what Horticulture New Zealand supported, put in the submission. The Section 42A report is recommending a change to SDUFD01 by adding highly productive land as about considering highly productive land, which is different wording to the Horticulture New Zealand submission. And I did say in paragraph 12.6 that I did support that inclusion because it was consistent with the intent. So I've probably walked away from the absolutely avoid.
All right. Thank you. That's what I was sort of leading to. That sort of the officer's report is an alternate that
Yes.
achieves the goal without being quite as restrictive or prescriptive.
Yes, and my 12.6 basically states that.
Ms. Worth, just one question for you, which arises out of your discussion with one of my colleagues about SDD 103, which commences with the words land and water resources. And I understand your answer in terms of the regulatory functions of each council. But the Selwyn District Council also has other responsibilities as a three waters provider, including stormwater and wastewater management, etc., which are part of infrastructure, and urban growth is pretty fundamentally related to provision of infrastructure, including three waters. So I'm just wondering, in that wider context, are the words actually appropriate?
They may well be from that council function of their three waters function. I suppose I was looking more about the quality, quantity, regional council issues.
No, I understand that, and I understood that from your
But
answer.
certainly if that's what the objective was trying to highlight, it's not clear.
Right, well, thanks very much to both of you for coming in, for the material you've provided, which is very comprehensive as usual, and for answering our questions.
Now, we've tabled, we've put in evidence on hearing two, but what the intent was not to intend, unless anyone's got questions you need us to answer, and we could zoom in.
Yep. Okay, and there's been a number of parties that have tabled evidence. And so we've had a brief informal discussion about that, which we may need to discuss further. If we have any burning questions arising from any of that tabled evidence, we'd intend to put those in writing, and they could be answered in writing. But a lot of that evidence is pretty straightforward on its face, just supporting 42A officer recommendations. But if we do have questions, we'll put them in writing.
Thank you. Thank you for your time today, and we'll make sure that we get this through to Robert as well.
Yeah, thank you very much. So the next submitter on my list is Federated Farmers. So good afternoon and welcome. Thank you for coming in. As I think you've heard me say to other submitters, we thank you for your pre-circulated material, which we've read. You're very welcome to highlight key points from that, and then we'll see if we have questions, or if you're happy with the fact that we have read it, we can go straight to questions, but that's up to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners and Chair. I'm Alicia Young-Ebert, Senior Policy Advisor for Federated Farmers, and I thank you for this opportunity to present on the Federation's submission points regarding the Strategic Direction chapter of the proposed Selwyn District Plan. Federated Farmers is an advocacy group established by farmers for farmers that aims to promote and enable our members to thrive on their farms all over the country. The Federation's primary purpose is to ensure policies at central and at local government level will yield workable solutions for everyone. The future of farming is contingent on the ability to address wider environmental issues, including climate change and protecting life-sustaining ecosystems we all depend on, and to meet the population demand for food. It is a fragile and difficult balancing act, and we strive for solutions that allows farming to continue in the most efficient and environmentally responsible way possible. We have a strong membership base in Selwyn, and their farming operations are as diverse as the land types in this very large district. We have arable, sheep and beef, and dairy farming members. Some are located on plains and others are high up in the high country. Our members have a great interest in this PDP because the plan will inform and direct how they can use and develop their land for the next 10 years. They have aspirations for their farms and for the Selwyn rural community they all play a part in. My hearing statement responded to the recommendations the Section 42 reporter gave on our submission points on the strategic directions chapter. I am open to discuss the content of my hearing statement with the commissioners, but I would like at this point to emphasize our request for a discrete strategic direction statement for the Selwyn rural community. Selwyn District's total land area is about 6,500 kilometers square, and there are over 1,000 pastoral farms across this district that cover about 51% of this at about 3,360 square kilometers. The primary industries of agriculture, forestry, and fishing collectively account for almost a fifth of the district's GDP. So we do believe that contribution to the wider social, cultural, and economic well-being of the district should be acknowledged. The Federation also believes that Selwyn's own development strategy, alongside the provisions of the Canterbury Regional Policy Statement, reinforces this need to have a strategic statement for the rural community. I have read the single objective in the General Rural Zone chapter, but I believe this objective relates only to how land should be developed in the rural zone. We are asking for a statement that reflects the importance of the rural community here in Selwyn and that the council recognises their vision and place in the future of the district. Thank you. Any questions, please?
Yeah, thank you. That was a very useful summary statement. So again, if you could provide a copy of that to Mr. Love over there, and then that can be copied to us, that'd be great. And I'll see if we have any questions for you. Andrew, start at your end. Just could you flick your microphone on?
Sure, thank you. Thank you for your evidence. It's just got one minor question, and it just relates to the paragraph 18. We refer to additional new strategic direction for rural production and communities. And it's really just looking at the word productive land and also versatile soils, and just looking at some of the other submitters in the statements they've made, suggesting using the word highly productive land, which is consistent with the terminology for the proposed national policy statement.
Mm-hmm.
So do you have any comments around whether or not you're happy with the wording that's there, or whether it should not have the word versatile soils in it, instead just refer to highly productive land?
I think that's probably why it's useful that the commission has commented that the NPS is, still it's not gazetted. And so there is we are still quite in the dark of how this term will land. But I think the intent about placing real value on the quality of the soils and so on, that intent we should put a placeholder on that in here in a way. Yeah. And so strictly the term, yeah, we might need to wait for the MPS.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The question I asked Ms. Wharf, I think you might have heard that, relating to the new strategic objective that you're seeking, and whether that's got sufficient statutory support under the RMA. I think Ms. Wolf said Section 5 basically gives an all-embracing sort of ability to put that in there. Did you agree with her response, or do you have any further comments to make on that?
Sure. I think that the wider principle around Section 5 is it's been very well implemented through a lot of plans, but I think we're looking at this strictly from as the district. It's quite a unique one. It's very large. It's very diverse. And historically it has a very strong rural character. Whether or not character should stay in that statement remains to be seen. But that's what we're saying, is that there has been recognition, even in the description of the plan, that it is predominantly rural, and that we should give some recognition. That's why we're asking for this. It was something I did put in the original submission back in December, right at the outset in the introduction statement, that that what we found was that there seems to be a lack of vision for rural. The language and the approach around rural chapters and rules is about retaining what it should be now and into the future. It's almost like a freeze frame. But rural is like every other community in this district, it is very dynamic. And we want something that allows them to evolve and to adapt, particularly because we have issues with climate change. We have issues trying to address retaining what biodiversity and very unique biodiversity we have in the district. They're going to be things that farmers will need to think about to adapt to these needs. And if we lock them into a certain way of behaving in the district, we could lose the opportunity for them to be creative. And I wouldn't want to see that happen to our farmers.
Thank you for that. Very interesting answer.
And may I just add a quick point, because you were asking Ms. Wolf about what the request to switch the water and land resources from one end, from the start of the statement to the end. I think it was, and we actually raised that point. So if I may just say, it's because, as she explained, to cluster the land and water resources together gives one, it's in a clause, it creates that expectation that we balance that you have responsibility for both at the same time. Whereas I think the intention was that you give recognition and effect to the holistic iwi value of from the mountains to the sea, and that is from just right through the entire environment, the considerations as a whole. And so the flip is subtle, but I think it's quite an important one, that we bring together the sorry, I couldn't remember on the top of my head, but ki uta ki tai is a concept that should stay as a whole, and it has the land and the water together, whereas the functions of the councils are separate. I do take your point around the three waters, but I don't think the intention for this statement was to take into account the three water system. Thank you.
Thank you. Just one. Your section from paragraph 48 through to 53 in relation to natural hazards, and your support for changing the end of that particular strategic objective to go away from having an alternatives focus to having a management focus. The way I see the original wording, if a piece of infrastructure needs to go in an area of high hazard, floodplain or something like that, then they've got to give you an assessment that they've gone through every available option to actually put it somewhere else, and this is what they're left with. Whereas you've potentially changed that to the words appropriately managed. How would appropriately be managed actually work in the context of that objective? As different from doing an alternatives assessment, we've got to put it there because we've got to put it there.
I don't have the chapter on me. Sorry, around. I don't think.
Sorry, you've got your evidence.
No. What I meant was that so what I said in there was that we looked through the chapter around natural hazards, and we were satisfied that the intent was in there that if you were in a high natural hazard zone and you wanted to put a pole up, and there was going to be risks to property and life, there were quite clear policies around how that would be managed. There were considerations. There's no. It did not strike me that the chapter would say, well, it doesn't matter. We're going to put the pole up there anyway. That's not what it said. So I guess for me, the language of that particular end clause was what I felt was, while people can understand it, if we're looking to have a really clear intent in that statement, then the alternative would be better than, other than where necessary to provide for important infrastructure that has no reasonable alternative. I think the wording, my suggestion was that the wording could be improved.
Okay, it's just there is some concern in a lot of plan writing about the use of word managed and how that actually applies. So,
True, and I'm open for an alternative wording.
yeah, and we've got the relatively big day on Thursday with some infrastructure providers there too. So we'll hear a little bit more about that. But thank you for your
Thank
answer.
you.
Okay.
No further questions from me. But thanks very much for coming in and providing the material that you did and for answering our questions. And no doubt we might see you again at some stage.
Thank you.
Okay, the next submitter is Ellesmere Sustainable Agriculture Inc. Coming up. Good afternoon and welcome. And at the risk of repeating myself, thank you very much for providing your pre-circulated material, which we've read, so you don't need to read that out loud to us. But you're welcome to introduce yourself to us and then either highlight key points and then we'll go to questions, or if you're happy that we've read the material, we can go straight to questions, but it's up to you.
Thank you. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Hello, everybody, and warm greetings to you from Ellesmere Sustainable Agriculture. I'm Kerry Barnett. I'm representing the group today, and I have a background in environmental planning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak and answer any questions you have. I've just got a very short statement at the start, and then at your leave, able to go and answer any questions. Right. Our group has 20 years history in representing predominantly family farmers in the Ellesmere district between the Rakaia and Selwyn rivers and State Highway 1 to the west and the coast in the east. The group's focus has been on creating positive outcomes for farmers and the environment in our area, the promise of making actual improvements on the ground as opposed to continued concentration on further regulation. The group has actively participated in this district plan review. Its ethos is to proactively engage with authorities in achieving outcomes for the environment that work in practice and deliver the best environmental outcomes. This is the theme for all our submissions on the plan. This focus has led the group to submitting 2 applications for funding from the Ministry for Primary Industries and the Ministry for the Environment, both concentrating on riparian restoration and waterway improvement, at the same time encouraging excellence in farming practice. I'm very pleased to report that both these applications were granted under the Tanaku Combine Germinate Growth Project and its further extension project. The projects will result in approximately $3 million being spent on improvement works along lowland streams, baseline waterway monitoring, and the creation of an environmental database for our area. It is a non-regulatory project that involves not only our farmers, but close connections with the Selwyn District Council, Environment Canterbury, Department of Conservation, both those ministries I previously mentioned, Te Taumutu Runaka, and a variety of other interest groups, including local schools and the community. The group is very excited about this project, which has already seen the completion of 15 riparian sites along our stream since November last year. So we've been very fast to get on with the work. And since that time, and I have to correct something I'd written in our introductory appendix, it's that I'm a double check with that. We've actually employed 50 people throughout this project already, and 7 of those being full-time equivalent. And while the group doesn't seek awards for what it does, it was very humbled recently to receive a gold award at the Selwyn Awards evening. ESAI cannot express strongly enough the importance and success of non-regulatory activity and proactive consultation in supporting and improving environmental and farming outcomes. The group remains concerned that further regulation will hinder investment in environmental improvement on the ground. It is these concerns that have led us to submitting on the strategic directions chapter of this plan. The group envisages this chapter as being fundamental
and a positive support to rural activity, especially given the large amount of area that Selwyn has, which we call rural. In its view, the plan should be by the district, for the district, and promote a thriving rural area. And thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
And thank you for that. And again, if you can provide a copy of that written statement to Mr. Love, that would be great. Mark, any questions?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon. Just have a question regarding your suggested amendments to the IR03 for the strategic directions around the avoidance of important infrastructure that might increase hazards and risks. Because there are times at which there is no other alternative. Transpower were here yesterday telling us about their transmission lines need to go where they go, even if it means that it is in a small location, there is an increased risk because that's just the most efficient way to put their infrastructure through. I suspect Waka Kotahi and Kiwi Rail might have the same comments about their infrastructure, that it's important strategically, nationally, and therefore you can't not do it, and therefore it may be in areas that increase risk. And just ask you to reflect on that, because yours is a bit more absolute. It says avoid it, or doesn't support it being there in those areas, and that might be a little bit prescriptive, restrictive, that sometimes you got to put stuff where you got to put stuff because it's for the greater benefit.
Yes, we quite agree with the issue that has been brought up today. So our concern was more with the writing of the objective as it sat, and that it became a little confused that you could actually read it that way and say that, well, regardless of how big a risk or whatever it is, we have to put it there. And we absolutely appreciate that. Farmers are always wanting realistic infrastructure in their operations. So it is more about, okay, so if we've got the situation where we have no other option but to put that infrastructure there, and generally it is for the greater good, but then we look at part of what that causes, which may be an increased risk in, say, a different area, it's that toss-up situation. So what we wanted and suggested is further clarity around that objective and saying, okay, we either take the last piece of the objective out, or we have offered a further modification of that in our evidence today to say that, okay, well, in those situations where we do have no alternative and the infrastructure does need to go in that place, then we need to look at offering in that objective that there be another piece looking at, okay, well, if there is that risk and it creates a bigger risk in another space, then the objective needs to address, how do we address that risk? How are we going to do that? Our concern is that at the moment it's quite blunt in its explanation, that it could possibly give rise to high risk. And our specific reason for submitting on this was concerns we had over the flooding bypass in Leeston Township, and that while that was doing a really good piece of work and say 75% of alleviating flooding on rural land below the township, the modelling showed that actually on another place further towards Selwyn River, it was going to raise the risk of flood there, or the extent of flood levels there. So what we wanted in this objection is to say, objective, is to say that it does need to recognise the scenario where you should, if you're alleviating an issue for 75%, you shouldn't actually be increasing it over another side of it.
Yeah, I guess my problem is still with the wording that it must be mitigated, because there may be a point at which the mitigation can't be achieved, and your wording would mean that the infrastructure, if it couldn't, the increased risk couldn't be mitigated, couldn't happen, and that just seems an unfortunate outcome. That sometimes it is the greater good that for the majority that takes place. So anyway, thank you for your response. It helps us understand where you're coming from.
No, I don't. I think Mark's.
I'm looking at your paragraph 3.3. And you're requesting a new rurally focused objective. And you've teamed up with Fed Farmers North Canterbury and Horticulture New Zealand and New Zealand Pork to accord a new strategic objective to recognise the concerns that you've noted. I've read each of the four rurally focused strategic objectives proposed by the four submitters. And while the two objectives are exactly the same, the other two are slightly different. Why are they different?
That could just be a matter of timing when our evidence came out, but there was certainly areas where there were slight differences, and without having theirs quite in front of me at the moment, I might need to look at exactly what those differences
So actually, the two that are the same as yours and horticulture's are exactly the same. New Zealand Pork and Federated Farmers are different. They've got similar words, but the sentences are crafted quite differently. I can read them out to you if you want, if that would be helpful.
Yes, that would, please.
Okay, New Zealand Pork says Selwyn's productive land and versatile soil is retained for rural production, and rural production activities are enabled to ensure that rural communities can thrive, use resources efficiently and contribute positively to the district and national identity and economy. And then Federated Farmers is thriving rural communities. Selwyn's rural productive activities are recognised and provided for to ensure the rural communities can continue to thrive, use resources efficiently and contribute positively to the district and national economy. So they have similar words, but the sentences
a
are
little bit
crafted
different.
differently.
I think it might be a question to just ask the others behind me as well, but our situation was that originally we submitted almost those words that you've just read out then, and then we came to a point where we worked with the other groups, in particular Horticulture New Zealand, and came to the second wording. So for us, our preference is now the objective that we have submitted is slightly reworded, that is the same as Horticulture New Zealand's.
Yes.
Could I just comment, Mark's Hodgson had to finish his evidence before we'd totally finished the discussion, so hence why New Zealand Pork is slightly different.
Okay, so in your evidence, you said to accord a new strategic objective to recognise these concerns. So I was looking for the same written objective with all four companies, but two of them are different.
Yeah.
And so I'm just wondering how we should address that.
Ms. Solomon, Commissioner Solomon pointed out that there's Port Inland and ESAI one definition, New Zealand Pork New Zealand, Federated Farmers the second one. It probably had to do, we had a lot of the drafting discussions online and the timing, probably. Okay. And we all sent our evidence statements at different times as well. So I do apologise. I would say that the Hort NZ and ESAI's version, drafting version would be the one that would be the one we prefer. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. That's all I had.
Thank you.
Thank you for your evidence. So I'd just like to go back, and it was just following on from a question raised right at the start around proposed amendment to the Objective 3 for natural hazards. And it's really helpful for you to put that example in as to why you're concerned about that objective. So this objective is quite similar or is consistent with one from the Canterbury Regional Policy Statement. And my understanding of that objective is that it's about adverse effects of natural hazards on the infrastructure, not from the infrastructure on other people. So you can put important infrastructure in harm's way if you really have to. There's no other alternative, and just accept the fact that there are increased effects on that infrastructure. So with that in mind, if it was made clearer that it was about the effects on the infrastructure, not downstream effects that you've raised, would you be more comfortable with that and happier with alternative wording than what you proposed?
Yes, that would certainly be more comfortable for us.
Okay, thank you.
I think just to go on from that, one of the key issues we have with the large project we're doing is now being more vigilant about looking at what are urban stormwater issues that are going to affect the lowland streams, where we're spending a lot of money and doing a lot of work to restore them, and yet we may still be getting the same nasties coming out of our urban development down. So being quite vigilant about what activities are affecting those lowland areas. So that's the background of our concerns for that.
Right, thanks very much. No further questions from me, but thank you again for coming in and presenting your material to us. So the last submitter for the day is Christchurch City Council. We're running well ahead of schedule, so we'll take a 10-minute break and then we'll resume around about 2:25 and hear from the City Council, if that's okay with you. And you can set yourselves up in the meantime.
So you need to sort of toe the line and stay true to policy, otherwise it doesn't really reflect well on Canada.
Right, good afternoon, everyone. We'll reconvene the hearing, and at this stage, we're hearing from Christchurch City Council. Good afternoon and welcome. I think you've been here when I've given my little opening address to other submitters, but thank you very much for your pre-circulated material, which we've diligently read, so you don't need to read that out loud to us. You're probably pleased to hear. So you're very welcome, each of you, to summarise the key points from your written material, and then we'll see if we have questions for you, or else if you're happy with the fact that we have read it, we can go straight to questions, but that's up to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, panel members. My name's Mike Wakefield. I'm counsel for Christchurch City Council in this matter. Sitting next to me here, we've got David Faulkner, who's one of the policy managers at Christchurch City Council, and Chantal Lawson, who's one of the policy advisors with CDHB. Now, Mr. Faulkner has provided a statement of evidence and a summary, which you've helpfully indicated have been read already, so we won't ask him to read that out.
Thank you.
And likewise, we've filed some legal submissions, which I'm not planning on speaking to today. I did think there would be some merit in just outlining very quickly that both of these entities, CDHB and CCC, they're members of the Greater Christchurch Partnership. They are broadly supportive of the approach taken by this council with its PDP, subject to various concerns and issues which have been raised in their submissions. Now, for this particular topic, that has flowed into the evidence that Mr. Faulkner has prepared, and the legal submissions have picked up on that evidence and provided some more analysis around some of those concerns. When you work your way through Mr. Faulkner's evidence, you can quite quickly see that the issues have in fact boiled down to really only one matter, and that is the drafting of the strategic direction UFD 01, and also the issue around how the role and the function of these strategic directions is to work in an integrated way across the rest of the PDP. I've had some time to review the other legal submissions that have been filed by other counsel in advance of this hearing, and I thought I'd just pick up on three key points which seem to come through from the other legal counsel. The first is in relation to the role of the strategic directions. There's been a number of legal submissions filed which address this issue, but it strikes me as though there is common ground between effectively all parties that these strategic directions need to be clear, they need to provide unambiguous direction, and they need to leave no doubt as to the intentions of the PDP for specific resource management issues. Where there is some discord between the parties is where there is the use of absolute language in the strategic directions and the impact of that, which is a lack of flexibility on certain points. Council's position on that is that whatever approach is taken, there needs to be top-down alignment between the guidance provided at the upper level of the plan through these strategic directions, which then flows on in a meaningful way through the lower order chapters. And for some issues, our submission is that the use of absolutes may be quite appropriate. Avoid frameworks need to be reflected and the like. But in other issues, for other activities or for other resources, the strategic directions may find that a more flexible approach to dealing with those issues is quite proper. And that's a point that we can talk about today. The second issue which we have commented on in the evidence and the legal submissions is the role of this plan in light of the Canterbury Regional Policy Statement, specifically in terms of the urban growth and the approach taken. And from the legal arguments and the evidence filed, there are two competing views there. One is that this plan should recognise the RPS avoid directive framework. The other is that there's a need for greater flexibility in relation to the matter of urban growth. And the final issue, which comes more back to the drafting of UFD 01 itself, the council, I just thought I'd explain the council's concern and why the evidence was filed on this particular objective. And it really comes back to the urban growth construct through this PDP. When the council first reviewed the plan and focused in on the drafting of this particular objective, The concern was the use of the term township in this objective and the reference to township network, which is a defined term in this PDP. Now, the use of townships applies to townships in the rural areas of this district, but also the more urban townships. And so the concern was that if this objective is the sole objective to provide guidance on urban growth, it applies in those two different forums, one within urban Christchurch or the greater Christchurch urban area, and also outside. And when I say outside, I mean townships, Darfield, Leeston, Springfield, those smaller townships which aren't going to be subject to the avoid framework in the RPS. That prompted the council to reflect on this and decide that there was a need for more specific strategic objective guidance for the greater Christchurch area, which reflects the RPS framework. And that's where Mr. Faulkner has focused his new drafting and his recommended new objectives that he supports for inclusion. And it's on that basis that we're here today to provide assistance to the panel. I don't have anything further to say. I know we're the last ones holding you up before wine time, so happy to answer any questions.
Reading time.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. I'll just see if we do have questions from the legal submissions, but thank you very much for that synopsis of the key issues as you see them. It's very helpful. So Mark, any questions?
Yes. Good afternoon. I guess my questions are around the outline you've had around the role of the regional policy statement and the national policy statement on urban development. Is there at any point a time which you could envisage that the regional policy statement might not be giving full effect to the national policy statement? If there was a shortfall in land available for development, the market's moved faster than the housing assessments have anticipated, and there is actually a real on the ground shortfall, and that, so there isn't, as the urban the national policy statement says, there should be always a surplus. If in a short-term period there was a real shortfall that the housing assessments just haven't caught up with, does that then make the regional policy statement inconsistent with the national policy statement? And if that were the case, how do people get the relief to that? Can they say to us for the district plan that there is this inconsistency and you should allow zonings outside of the GPAs or the FDAs because there's an observable physical shortfall of developable land? Or if that's not the case, how is that remedied in an efficient, time-effective manner to remedy the shortfall? I mean, it might be Mr. Falconer can give some consideration to that, but that's really my question. Is there is this, as you said, we're seeing a tension between submitters asking for flexibility and essentially don't be restricted by the regional policy statement, and yourselves and others saying the regional policy statement gives full effect to the national policy statement, therefore only these areas are permitted.
I think it's important to recognise that there's two different issues that are being raised through this question though. The first is flexibility. And yes, we know there are submitters asking for flexibility to move and develop land outside of what's anticipated by the RPS. The Carter Group submission and their legal submissions support that interpretation of the NPS. But this council's view and our interpretation of the NPS-UD is that it doesn't provide some sort of liberty to develop land in an ad hoc, unplanned way. It is designed to require tier 1, tier 2, 3 councils to do all of these things, to sensibly plan for urban growth across various temporal periods, 10, 20, 30 years. Now, that's the first response to do with flexibility. Flexibility is there, but in this context, the RPS has been, you've got to come back to the requirements under the RMA. An NPS-UD has to be, an RPS has to be developed in a manner in accordance with an NPS. In this case, the RPS has recently been amended through Change 1 to introduce FDAs, which ECAN is telling us have been designed to give effect to what's now contemplated by the MPSUD. It's increased the land within the infrastructure boundary to provide for the growth that is now expected. If the growth expected numbers have to change, then you would expect to see another amendment to the RPS to open up more land for development. But the flexibility that these submitters are asking for gets too close to the line in terms of allowing or providing an ability for ad hoc unplanned development, which is against one of the key rationales in the NPS, which is to align development with the delivery of infrastructure.
So, thank you. So you're saying that the relief will be a subsequent change to the RPS, even if the market has moved at a pace that the recent change didn't anticipate. So that even the current future development areas aren't supplying enough developable land. People just simply have to wait for the RPS to catch up.
Well, what we're saying is that if the numbers don't stack up and we do find that the level of development capacity enabled through the RPS isn't sufficient, then there will be a case for development that departs from the RPS. But because of the requirement in section 75.3 to give effect to an RPS, that would need to be accompanied by a companion request to change the RPS to enable that development to take place. The answer here is that a district plan can't not give effect to the RPS. That's while there might be a lot of people asking for Selwyn to do so, that requirement is fundamental, and you're not in a position to be able to recommend that this council endorse a district plan that fails on section 75.3. I know it seems blunt, but we do also have a Greater Christchurch partnership that has looked at the required capacity across these temporal periods. And Christchurch City Council, for one, is content with those numbers and how they play out across this Greater Christchurch urban area. I'm not sure, David, if you need to speak.
Oh, yeah, if you don't mind. I mean, there is also another element that providing additional land is not the only way to provide for growth. The RPS does not limit more density to be provided within the existing urban area. So if there was a shortfall, and which there isn't at the moment, but if there was, and more housing was needed, more density could be provided within the existing urban area to provide for the housing within the RPS framework without having to wait for a change to RPS. So I don't see that as constraining what the intent of the NPS is.
It may be a question for Mr. Faulkner, but and I don't think you were here when Kaingaora was presented yesterday morning. But a consistent theme, and it's been raised in Mr. Faulkner's evidence, is that the urban growth objectives in that particular chapter should be transferred across to the strategic objectives. I see you've raised, Mr. Faulkner's raised UGP 3, but the chair asked Kaingaora to come back because we didn't really know what it would actually look like, because the transfer could potentially have included policies as well. And so we've asked them to do some thinking, and they'll come back and that will be circulated in due course. Do you find, just as a group, that there is merit over and above the P3 in terms of some of those other strategic the urban growth objectives being transferred across to strategic, or is it just really just P3?
Yeah, it was P3 that we were focused on because of the alignment with the RPS that P3 provides, and having that recognised in the street directions chapter means there is vertical alignment between the RPS, the street directions chapter, and the urban growth chapter. So it was specifically that.
And you'll see in Mr. Faulkner's evidence at 7.27 where he's outlined his options.
Yes.
The reason that P3 has come across is to clarify the approach to growth within Greater Christchurch and then the approach outside. Because at the moment, UFD 01 is just expressed in terms of townships, which doesn't, to Mr. Faulkner's view, align with the direction that's in the CRPS.
Yeah, I was looking at Mr. Faulkner's
I
seven
think
point two seven when I did ask that, but there was a whole bunch of other stuff and
Yeah.
the urban growth objectives, which according to Kāinga should be transferred across to the strategic objectives.
And that's an interesting question. I mean, it's helpful to know that Kāinga have been asked to provide some more, give some more thought to how that relief might play out for this plan. But there is also a question to be asked around what is the role and function and what is required in order to provide the necessary strategic direction in relation to urban growth. We do have a strategic directions chapter here, which compared to other plans around the country is relatively slim. And that's not a bad thing. And if this panel is proposing to stay true to the notified version, then it might be that one or two objectives in addition is all that's required. The danger, I suppose, is that you end up with a strategic directions chapter, which is trying to do too much. And if you bring across all of the urban growth policies, then it becomes a very long and inherently, there's a risk of inherent conflict. So that's the question for the panel to consider in light of Kāingaroa's response.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Look, can I concentrate on your drafting of policy with regards to adjoining? You have mentioned we've had submissions actually trying to come up with other wording other than adjoining. We've had peripheral. We've had, sorry, I'll just find my notes. Yeah, but basically there's other words. Sorry, I just can't find it within my notes, but and I'm just we actually had a submission from Mr. Ivan Thompson, who you know, and he actually, I think, ended up supporting adjoining as appropriate. But I started to question whether he was asking for it more specifically within the Greater Christchurch Urban Development Strategy location. Then arose a question about whether there should be a different directive for the Greater Christchurch Urban Development Strategy as opposed to outside, which I gather you are now supporting. Is that correct? Yes.
Yes, so I mean, that's where Mr. Faulkner's evidence has landed, is that the reference to adjoining, it stems from the RPS policy 5.3.1, which applies to those other areas outside Greater Christchurch where there might be some urban growth. And the way that policy has been framed in these strategic directions effectively says that all of those other areas outside Greater Christchurch are called townships to some degree. They all have a specific role in the township network within the Selwyn district. And you might find that there's urban growth. It's not really urban development in a Greater Christchurch sense, but it is urban growth through the growth of these smaller rural townships. And in that context, Mr. Faulkner is supporting the use of the word adjoining.
Okay, I just found the other word. It was called around.
Sounds like you've had a bit of an exercise in synonyms on that phrase. Was surrounding used as well?
No, I just wanted some, just your comments, clarification comments with regards to that. We also had a question which I found quite interesting, was in relation to adjoining. An example was actually used for a proposed rezoning for industrial land, and because the land itself is actually adjoining industrial land at the boundary of Christchurch City Council within the framework of the Greater Christchurch Urban Development Strategy, how does that cross over with regards to using the word adjoining within that particular location? The applicant in that case was Williams. So I'm just interested to hear your viewpoint about, how far are we flexible with utilising within the Greater Christchurch Urban Development Strategy the word adjoining when we're looking at cross-boundary issues? Do we stay within the district plan, or do we actually consider the Christchurch City Plan as well?
Yeah, so I suppose in that example, it is once again the regional policy statement that obviously covers the whole region and covers cross-boundary issues there. And yeah, that example is not within the infrastructure boundary of the regional policy statement. So it's an area that is where urban development is to be avoided under the chapter 6 of the regional policy statement. So in my evidence within the Greater Christchurch area, I'm suggesting it would be more appropriate to refer to the regional policy statement in terms of map A in the regional policy statement, or be quite specific about exactly where growth is to be enabled in the Greater Christchurch area. Whereas outside of the Greater Christchurch area of the RPS, then yes, adjoining is a lot more appropriate, because the RPS talks about the word attached in policy 531. So it would be, there is a distinction between the Greater Christchurch and outside the Greater Christchurch in terms of how that policy would apply. Okay. I've suggested some alternative wording to minimise that distinction in paragraph 7.27 of my evidence.
Any more questions from Mr. Wakefield?
No.
Right, thank you, Mr. Wakefield. That's all the questions we have here. Thank you very much for your clear and concise answers. So, Mr. Felton.
Yeah, I mean, I've provided a summary and pretty much consistent with what Mr. Wakefield said in terms of the vertical alignment between the regional policy statement and the three directions in the urban growth chapter. That's most of the concern. So, yeah, happy to take questions.
All right, questions for you, Andrew.
Thank you, Mr. Fulton. I was just looking at your paragraph 5.8, and it talks about the partners working on the spatial plan for Greater Christchurch. That the work will not be completed until after the PDP hearings. That's going to inform the RPS 2024 review. And I just wondered, had you turned your mind to or considered the merits of an interim strategic direction that referenced the fact that the spatial planning work was being done and provided for development in areas that are future development areas now, but also, or as set out in a spatial plan developed in accordance with, so that it future-proofed the strategic direction's provisions and provided the community with an understanding of where and how the district was intended to grow within Greater Christchurch?
Yeah, that's an interesting suggestion. I haven't thought specifically about that. I mean, I suppose what springs to mind is maybe that wouldn't provide. There could be a natural justice or a issue in terms of that strategic direction doesn't actually indicate exactly where those areas are. It's another process that indicates that, so it's not providing the ability to be clear exactly where those areas are, and very much relying on an alternative process which is not under the Resource Management Act to assess those areas. So in order to be clear and to give effect to the RPS, there is still the obligation to give effect to the current RPS under the RMA, and so there's a risk that would not be able to be achieved.
I appreciate that was a reasonably novel question to ask you,
Yeah.
but I wasn't sure whether those discussions had been had amongst the partners, including back in the home base of the City Council, around these sorts of things, and so I thought I'd ask the question. Thank you.
I think if I can just make one observation there as well, that the use of spatial plans, because that is effectively a spatial plan, and the spatial plans are used to inform the approach to dealing with regional plan policy making and also district plan making, but they provide a high level policy position it doesn't necessarily need to be reflected in all cases in the regional and district planning documents. Auckland Council is an example where the Auckland plan itself, through the unitary plan, was a document which was had regard to in that higher level policy context, but there were departures from it throughout the development of the lower order planning provisions, which gave meaning to the zonings that would deliver on the expectations of the Auckland plan. So if you're talking about a future development strategy, I think there's a danger in giving that reference in a strategic objective, if that could be then used as some sort of a lever to try and open up land for development that doesn't align with your zoning and your district plan, plus also the regime that sits in your RPS. There's a potential for conflict when the spatial plan might not have caught up with the Schedule 1 processes required to incorporate that through those other documents.
Understood. Thank you.
I'm looking at your paragraph 10. The officer rejected the CC request for the PDP to make provision for the social and affordable housing action plan because the Greater Christchurch Partnership had not yet approved the action plan. If we were of a mind to accept your request to enable for the action plan to be provided for in the PDP, what sound reasons could you give us in order for the panel to accept the relief sought by CCC?
So which paragraph?
Well, actually, I'm looking at your paragraph 10, but I read it first in your submission in the table.
Oh, right.
Page 5, I think it is. Yeah, bottom of page 5.
Depends which section.
Yeah.
It's this one here, David. It's 11 November 1. Incorporate recommendations for social. Yeah. Sorry, what was the question last one?
The officer rejected the CCC request for the PDP to make provision for the social and affordable housing action plan because the Greater Christchurch Partnership had not yet approved the plan. If we as a panel were of a mind to accept your request, what sound reasons could you give us in order for the panel to accept or to give the relief sought by CCC?
Yeah, so the report that I attached to my evidence is an independent report that was commissioned by the Greater Christchurch Partnership to assist with the development of the action plan, and it made some recommendations that would be relevant to the Selwyn District Plan review, and I've listed those in paragraph 733 of my evidence. And I'm not recommending any specific changes to the strategic directions chapter. Some of these could, if the panel was minded to, could inform future chapter hearings that mainly residential and urban growth. But I've included that in my evidence because it was referenced in the Christchurch City Council submission, so you're aware of the document that was being referred to. Yeah, it would be up to the panel whether the report is sufficient to make any changes to the plan to give effect to it or not.
My probably observation there would be that it's a report that's been prepared by a body tasked with assessing how the plans could be changed to deal with the issue of housing affordability. I don't understand it to have been the subject of a Section 32 evaluation, which might be the answer. It would need to be evaluated in that context before the panel could perhaps adopt any of the recommendations through this district plan process. And that can of course happen through the panel's own consideration.
So just to clarify, did CC seek that relief at all?
CCC's relief was, David's got it here.
Yeah. That the relevant recommendations of the Social and Affordable Housing Action Plan be incorporated into the district plan. And so that was done at a time when the action plan was, well, and the action plan is still under development. We were, at that time, thought that the action plan would be completed in time for this hearing.
Right, now I'm with you.
So, yep. So that hasn't been completed, but this report is an independent report that is going to inform the development of that action plan. So the Section 42 officer's report is correct. It has not been accepted by the Greater Christchurch Partnership. Well, the action plan has not been completed, but this independent report gives some recommendations of how the district plan could incorporate, or better provide for social and affordable housing. So yes, it hasn't been through Section 32. It is just a interim, a technical report at this stage. So it's.
Thank you.
The answer though also might be relevant to note that this is a strategic directions topic 1 hearing. And yes. So if the recommendations are to be supported by the council or other submitters in later hearings, whether it be urban growth or through the zoning chapters for residential zones, there's a potential that the evidence by Christchurch City Council or other submitters may well look to try and bring in some of those recommendations for the panel's consideration. And that could then be the time to complete the Section 32 evaluation of the appropriateness of some of those changes that might be sought. That'll obviously be limited by jurisdictional constraints, but I suspect there's probably broad enough scope in some of these submissions to adopt some of those recommendations.
Thank you, that's clear now.
Thanks for coming in. I'm looking at 7.27 of Mr. Faulkner's evidence. Just it's around so the SD UFD 01, so the options that you've given to the panel and putting in a new objective to take into account the difference between Greater Christchurch area and outside the Greater Christchurch area. So, I mean, it's essentially giving effect to the RPS in the district plan, but with these higher level strategic objectives, wouldn't it be read that it is that need to adhere to the RPS when you're just generally reading these objectives? So talking about the existing townships and the form, and then we've got the township network there. Does it really need to be explicitly say the Greater Christchurch area and outside the Greater Christchurch area, as you guys have inferred? Isn't it inferred that that would be looked at?
So the risk is that this sets the direction for the rest of the plan. We've got a very prescriptive objective in the regional policy statement, and this is not as prescriptive, and the risk is that there'll be arguments about the unprescriptive nature of this, the 3 directions, could take precedence over more prescriptive objectives in other chapters. And so having vertical alignment would make it absolutely clear that the plan is completely consistent, that this is where growth is to be provided for, and where this is where growth is to be avoided. So just the reason for this is to make it absolutely clear that this is the approach.
Because I would have thought with what the RPS said, that it's an overarching, my understanding, and if I've got this wrong, then please correct me, that sits above what is the district plan. So what if there is any confusion around what you see as this being a loose directive, that would go back to the RPS anyway, if there was greater clarification that needed to be had on that.
Yeah, so that would have to be taken into account, but there is the risk that there would be arguments that there is a different strategy direction here. That there are areas that are, whether it be around or adjoining or whatever term is finally landed on, that are not within the areas provided for urban development in the regional policy statement, and we're wanting to see complete alignment, so there is no ambiguity about where growth is to be provided for, and that this does give effect to the RPS rather than just having to rely on the RPS. The requirement in the Rules Management Act is that the district plan must give effect.
Okay, and this is where you're coming from.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And if I can just maybe just say one point on that, is the ambiguity point is the key focus for council's position on this issue. And there's the legal requirement to give effect to an RPS with a district plan, but from a plan implementation perspective as well, if there's ambiguity or uncertainty in the policy framework that applies, having to go back up another level to the next step in the hierarchy of planning documents isn't the best outcome for the implementation of the plan, because it inevitably promotes discussion and disagreement between planning consultants and lawyers around how these RPS policies are to be delivered through a district plan. Achieving that integration throughout your hierarchy of documents and then through your PDP provisions so that it operates as a standalone document for the Selwyn district is, in my submission, the preferable outcome.
Thank you, Mr. Falconer. I just had a question in relation to your paragraph 744. This is where the council has requested adding some words to objective 3 as a development as a form and density that supports a viable provision of public transport. And we had a submission by Mr. Bathurst yesterday, and he was concerned that that was very directive in terms of requiring low density development, and what he told us he enjoys about Rolleston is the low density nature of it. Do you see that as being as a count against low density development, or is it quite prescriptive? I just wondered how we should view that those words in terms of any stock standard type subdivision that might occur on the periphery of Rolleston, for example.
So I mean, that relief that the council have sought, I've said in my evidence that I think the change that Mr. Love made to SDUDF01 largely covers that. So I'm not seeking that change in my evidence any further. Okay. But yeah, it doesn't describe a specific density, but I understand this topic will come up in the urban growth chapter in more detail.
Yeah, will we get some guidance through submissions on, for instance, how we should determine whether a particular development does provide for well-integrated public transport infrastructure, and whether it basically accords with that? I presume there'll be some guidance in the lower level policies that come out of that. But as it stands, it seems quite, it's hard for me to understand what that means. Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, I'm not seeking that from evidence any,
Oh, no,
any
okay.
further, but I understand through the urban growth
Okay.
chapter that there will be more
Tweaking to that.
with specific detail around specific densities.
Okay.
And there'll be evidence around that.
Thank you.
So just to understand the concerns so that we can prepare for the next year. I understand the concern to be that the language used in this text here, performance density that supports effectively requires that in all cases. Is that what you're saying?
From Mr. Bathurst, that's what it reads like, and that's how we interpret it to mean that in all instances, you should have low density, you should have high density.
Whereas we probably all would accept that it should be whether you, well, the extent to which you can support viable public service needs to be commensurate with the nature and scale of the development that you're talking about.
Yes, 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 absolutely.
Putting to you the concern that was put to us yesterday.
No, that's helpful.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you. One further question arose out of a discussion with the submitter earlier in the day. And it relates to your paragraph 7.9. Urban growth is to be located in or adjoining existing townships. There was a suggestion that the adjoining could also be adjoining Christchurch City zoning. For example, how would you consider an industrial zoning proposal on Marshes Road that may not adjoin Prebbleton, but actually effectively adjoin the Christchurch City zoning across Marshes Road? Is that consistent? Would that be consistent with the objectives, or how does would you envisage that as an outcome?
Yeah, so I think, as I mentioned before, that's within the Great Christchurch area, which Marshes Road is within. There would need to be, well, the RPS is very strict about where development should go, and on the south side of Marshes Road, adjoining the Christchurch City Council boundary, is not an area that is provided for urban development in the currently in the regional policy statement. So, yeah, I would say that is where in my evidence I say there needs to be more specific recognition of the avoidance framework in the RPS in the Great Christchurch area, and because there could be those arguments that adjoining Marshes Road, the strategic direction chapter does provide for that, whereas the RPS does not. And so to avoid that ambiguity, it would be good if, in my view, that the strategic direction chapter was very clear that it's only the areas where the RPS provides for urban growth. And
So, Mr. Felton, no further questions from me, but I think in overall terms, the points you're making have been very clearly made between the two. Did you want to say anything else?
I guess I just, on the district council, we just wanted to support the evidence from the Christchurch City Council. That's why we're appearing with them today. And also to support the recommendation in the officer's report to include health as an objective under SDFU D01, and that we appreciate that the recognition that of it as a standalone measure and outcome that is.
Okay, thanks very much. That's pretty clear. I don't think we'd have any questions for you in relation to that. But I think from Christchurch City Council, thank you very much for your information and your presentation. I think the overall message you're leaving us is pretty simple. The RPS is very clear and prescriptive in terms of urban growth, particular MAPA and its accompanying provisions, and we and the district plan must give effect to that in an equally clear and unambiguous manner. And I think that message is crystal clear. So thank you very much for that.
Yeah. Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Right, and that's the end of proceedings for today. We reconvene on Thursday at 9 o'clock.
Kia ora, the karakia, closing karakia is one that talks about the ridgepole and about hui, everybody coming together, but leaving the space in our minds fresh to be able to come back tomorrow and be fresh, ready for tomorrow's events, whatever we're going to be able to do. So, ko kawha kairia te karakia, ka wha ka airia te kōrero, ka whai kairia te kōrero ki te tahu o tō tahu whare, kia te kina anō tōna wā, tōna wahi, hauri mai, haumi e, hui e, tā kia, kia ora.